Well, hello. I was gonna say I think I sound a little bit more normal today, but let me just hack in your ear a little bit. Oh my gosh, yesterday feels like such a waste of time. Like that whole thing feels so chopped up. We come in for closings, we get jury instructions, then we go to lunch, then we come back. We get a 1,000-year closing argument from the state, a 15-minute closing argument from Lori, a little bit of rebuttal from the state. They go, jury's deliberating. 19 minutes later, they go home. They go home. What the heck? So, today, the judge brought him back early because I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe they voted and they just didn't have time to fill out the form. I have no idea. Wasn't in the jury room. Wouldn't want to be in the jury room. But today, hopefully, we're going to get a verdict. The judge is bringing him back at 10:30 their time, which is 1:30 Eastern time. There's a 5-minute delay today instead of a 30-minute delay. And so I'm watching the outside of the courtroom. Nothing's going on yet. There was a shirtless guy taking pictures out there a minute ago. But other than that, there's nothing happening. In Pedaltown, I would never dream of telling you how to live your life. Or I might dream about it, but I would never actually do it. I am better, Flash fan, but I called my dad. Sorry, I called my dad this morning, and as soon as he heard me, he's like, "Do not come to my house." So here I am. Aren't you lucky? Thank you. I think I do sound better. Hello, Gabby. How are you? I don't know. I'm really hoping it's not that long, Flash fan. Not that I just don't enjoy hanging out with you guys, but I don't know. I'll probably just watch some Read. I've been watching that this morning. I know y'all have been too. It's okay. Even though you're like, don't cover that. We don't want to watch it. Y'all watching it. Y'all watching it. I was watching it. But I can't cover it because this whole thing that happened today, like this trial with Lori was happening just too perfectly for me because it's really hard for me to cover live trials because I'm not home on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So everything was just going smooth. The 3-hour time difference was great, and the judge was great. He did not keep them late, so it was just really good. He let him come back to do closings yesterday. I'm like, this is perfect. It's all going to wrap up in this cute little bow. And then it didn't. But that's okay. That's why I have whatever I have that made me so I could be here. But this is why it's hard for me to cover live trials because I swear every verdict comes on a Tuesday or a Thursday. I swear it does. And it all sometimes, like, I'll be on my way home and think, oh, I'm going to get it there. I'm going to get there. And it comes in like an hour before I get home. I'm like, gosh darn it. Ah. Hey, Adair, how are you? You've not been watching? You've been sleeping? You're either sleeping or eating, Flash fan. Or here. Or there. All right, here's what's going on. Nothing. So we're at the 5-minute delay time, so hopefully we'll go into the courtroom soon just to watch them walk out and be right back to where we are, which is nowhere. But we're getting closer. Getting closer. There's these two guys that sit out here. You don't see them, but you hear them. They're just off camera. And they're funny because I'm like, do you know the camera's picking up your conversation? The things they talk about. Like, be careful. Be careful. You guys have said some things that you maybe shouldn't say. Also, there's been not that I care, and not that they don't play on court TV or Law and Crime every day, but there's been some words maybe you shouldn't say, but are okay to say in court. That's all I'm saying. Thanks, Adair. I do feel a little bit better today. I have a new red area on my face, and I have no idea why. I have no idea what's happening. I told my husband, like, my face is getting more and more red areas, and I don't know what's happening. Yep, nobody cares about Lori. Huh. Darn. Except Petaltown. Oh, the verdict clock is up and not running. I hear her. Well, now it's running. All right. We're not seeing the courtroom, I guess. From what I hear from the phone call that her brother, who unalived Charles, made with a detective that worked in this case, Lori and her brother had a very weird relationship, and so did, it sounds like, her mom and dad also were a little strange in that area. I don't know, but this family seems very weird. And then when Adam said, "Hey, there's something wrong with Lori," like, to his family, they just stopped talking to him. That's what he testified to during this trial. Obviously, there's something wrong with Lori. And maybe if they would have listened, JJ and Tylee would be alive right now. Maybe Chad Daybell's wife would be alive right now. Maybe Charles Vallow would be alive right now. Not saying she did anything to her third husband. Maybe he wouldn't have had a suspected heart attack, is all I'm saying. It was suspected. We don't know. Flashman, I don't know what that means. For what? So can we... Did you take that down? See the seal? What's not wrong with Lori? I have no idea. That would take... That's... Wow. Okay. Here we are. Question, what does that mean? For what? So can we see the seal? Oh, for what? So we can see the seal. Oh, you mean go in the courtroom? I got it. I just figured we might be like, no. Hello, Sir Frank Otter. How are you? I don't... If there's a... Well, right now she's just jail pretty. Because... Oh, that's going to sound really catty. I don't mean this. Okay. There's some women that can go without makeup and look okay. There are some that need makeup to look okay. Lori needs makeup. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I don't, because I do, but Lori definitely does. She looks a lot better when she has makeup on. Some women can carry off the natural look, no problems. And good for them. When I was younger, I could. Right now, I can't carry it off, on or off, because my face is like puffy and red and stuff. I do not want a Croatian trial stream. What do I do with that? And an Indiana trial stream is not coming. Flashman, I keep telling you. I keep telling you. All right. So I don't know. Because I think what's her face is at lunch. I don't know if any of you guys watched openings in that trial or not today. No, Paultown. That's not what that means. That just means I want to put makeup on you and have fun and giggle and point and laugh. I did not say I acted like Lori when I was younger. And if I did, I certainly didn't mean it. Did not act like Lori when I was younger. I said, I think I was talking about when Lori was younger, something was wrong with her. And her brother said so. And nobody paid attention to him. They just cut him off. Said, see you later. Let me see what we've got going on here. Anything good? Is Karen Reed still at lunch? I assume so. Maybe coming back soon. Who has the better feed? Court TV? Because I know somebody's feed was not good this morning. There's always a new case in Indiana. You're just never going to see it. All right, Karen Reed's on lunch break. All right. Good times here. There's new court cases in Indiana that you'll never see. We've had a bunch of them here. And because we've had a bunch of police officers hurt or unalived in the line of duty, that those people went to trial. We've had, I mean, my gosh, all you have to do is every day I look at the Indianapolis news and it's who was stabulated, who was hit with ammunition from a firearm, and who was ran over by a car. Those three things, stories about them every single day on Indianapolis news. I must have gotten married or pregnant early. Oh, thanks, Adair. I don't know. Adair, my dad is 83 and looks nothing close to his age. My mom looked nothing close to her age. It's just good genes. That's the secret. Hey, Ronnie. How are you? We're just waiting and waiting for Lori. Maybe I'm a time traveler, Adair. Can't tell you. I can't tell you my secrets. One thing I know I'm not, I don't believe like I've lived past lives like Lori that I'm just going to go and be able to do stuff like she does or whatever. I don't believe I'm a prophet. I don't believe I don't believe in Ned. And if I was going to say somebody was possessed by a demon, his name won't be Ned. Well, I feel sorry for that teen, Flash fan. I feel very, very sorry for that teen. I don't know where Gull's actual like court, I don't know where her district or whatever. I don't know where she's actually out of. She was a special judge in that case. She was special, let me tell you. Holy crap. No, she's not from Delphi. She was a special judge brought in for that case. Just like the jurors weren't from Delphi, they were brought in from a different county. Um, so no, yeah, those people were not from there. Delphi is not big, so it would have been really hard to find a jury from Delphi that would not have had some idea or knowledge about that trial. It would have been impossible. So they brought him in from an outside county. So they were, no, not all Indiana judges are like her. Nope, they sure aren't, fortunately. Uh, they were brought in. They stayed. So they were technically sequestered, but the one instruction that she did not give, that we always hear the judge tell the jurors, don't talk about the case until you get it, like till you're deliberating. She didn't do that, and they were allowed to talk about the trial. And there were deputies around them when they were talking about the trial. So who knows? Who knows what happened in that? It's all just so messy. And whether or not you think Richard Allen did it or he didn't do it, just I didn't say it at the beginning of this trial, but I generally say it at the beginning of any trial that we watch. Just give us a good, clean trial, like a boxing match. We want a good, clean fight. Don't play any games. Just do what you're supposed to do. Do your job. If you're on the side of the state, don't blur any lines. Do your job. Don't make up any evidence. Don't try to put things like Lori didn't cry. Well, okay. You know, whatever. We talked about that yesterday. The fact that Lori didn't cry does not mean anything to me. It just doesn't. Because if she did cry, well, she cried. It's kind of like Karen Reed. Karen Reed didn't cry. Okay. She has heard this information over and over and over and over again. She's probably desensitized to it a little bit, you think? So it's like, I don't know. Sorry, I read your I read that and I got distracted. Adair, you used to travel. Well, I'm sorry that you had to travel to Delphi. I hear it's just a weird place up there. I've never been. Yes, don't be influenced by the media. Don't look anything up. Oh, see you, Pedaltown. Thanks for stopping in. They give all those things, but Gold didn't tell them those things. And that was weird to me that they didn't do that. And it's like, were they talking about stuff and then the deputies, reporting back to her what's happening? And I'm not trying to be conspiracy theorist. I'm not trying to be any of that. There's just so much that went on in that trial that was so bad. And there's 6 months later, and they slowly are releasing all these people that have been asking for the documents and the exhibits and everything from that trial because she had everything sealed, which was fine during the trial. The trial is over. And she is just, it's like just piece by piece releasing this stuff, and none of it helps. I've never been to Delphi. I just wouldn't want to go there. There's that area. There's a place called Flora, and there was a fire up there a few years ago, and it several little girls, I think, were killed in the fire. They couldn't get out, and they've never solved that. What happened there? It just went away. Was a fire set? Was there? Why couldn't they get out? There was nothing ever solved about it. And just nobody talked about it. I think I saw, like, on an anniversary, I don't know if it was a year or 2 years, whatever anniversary of it, the floor fire, it still needs, solved. And it was just a little, short article about it, but then you don't hear about it anymore. But that's up there in that area. And people are kind of connecting things, and I don't know how they all connect. But So, because I don't want to get too into the weeds on things. I haven't. Yeah, the answer is Bev, but they're both bad in different ways, I guess, if that makes sense. And every little town has its little secrets. Even in my little town, we have an unsolved homicide that happened in the middle of, like, almost the middle of town. It happened on a highway that comes down into town at 10:30 at night. The guy was left in the middle of the highway. He was a teenager, and nobody knows anything. Like, nobody knows anything. The rumor mill around that is just crazy. And I feel so sorry for his mom. And, it's like there was a cop's son involved in it, is one rumor. So they all covered up for the cop. And there was a person in the vehicle with this guy that suddenly apparently left town. And, then you hear that cold justice wanted to come in and look at the trial, but my town threatened to sue them if they came in. And I'm like, that doesn't make sense. And then I know people that work in law enforcement around here, and so you ask them about it, and they're like, "Does that even make sense to you?" And I'm like, "Not when I say it out loud. No." But but this is so weird. Like, it's just, I mean, we are talking decades since this happened, and nothing has moved. There's never been a suspect ever. Nobody. I mean, it's just there is a metal sign on the highway by where the incident happened, with his picture of him and his car, just asking, like, do you know what happened? Somebody here knows what happened. Guaranteed it. Guarantee you. They know what happened. And they're not talking. It's very strange. The Nebraska cold case where the roommate was acquitted. Are you know about the recent one? Vehicle. Do I say vehicle wrong? Do I say it like that? Did I say car? Do I say vehicle? I thought that was in South Dakota. North Dakota. I thought it was in a Dakota. Yeah, but I know that's Gabby being Gabby, but that's the second time she's said that. No, I did not. We didn't watch that one. Um, I'm trying to figure out if I say vehicle. Vehicle. Car. An auto. An automobile. A sedan. A truck. An SUV. I will not say vehicle. Wheels. There you go. Hot Wheels if you stole it. See, we can do it. We can do it, Adair. We got semi, 4x4. So you are saying I say it that way. Dang it. Hey, I saw two turkeys when I was leaving my house at the end of the driveway in the field across the street at the end of my driveway today. I'll send them to your house. Actually, I won't, because your East Coast turkeys would have my Midwest turkeys for lunch and dinner. They're not made for the streets. They're just out there minding their own business. I don't got no beef with no one. Not very many. Not very many they don't flash fan. Kind of like Indiana. She's messing with me for once. I can't make fun. You say vehicle fine. Yep, you cannot. You got a couple more days. Remember hickeys? A dare? Do you? Wow, that's random. That is random. How awful. That's hilarious, a dare. What time is what time's Reed supposed to come back? Does anybody know? Because they aren't back. She's not back. No one's back. No one's here. Yeah. Jeez Louise, a dare. No. Nope. And there was, I don't know if there was maybe more, you would see more footage of it back then, but it's kind of like ever since they passed the bill that they could allow cameras in the courtroom, they just locked them down. It's like nobody gets cameras in the courtroom. That's probably like 2, 3, 4 hours since since I need something to do. Although Alan Jackson's opening compared to the state's opening, if they would have had to take a vote right then and there just based on openings, she would be walking out of that courtroom. That state's opening was brutal, not in a good way for the state. It was, I would rather listen to the defense closing from here yesterday again. But Alan Jackson, for the defense, got up and was just on fire. And he, I don't want to know what. Gabby, no. Dare, I think by the time I was old enough to drive, getting a hickey was not cool. You would have been looked at in a way, not a good way. You know, not yet, Flash Van. It's not time. Well, okay. Anybody else have anything they would like to discuss? I do want to discuss, though. I've not heard this mentioned. Oh, we got a fan at least in Reed. Um, oh yeah. Jackson was, I didn't get to watch a lot of it. I was listening. Uh, um, but yeah, Jackson is like, I'm done with this crap. And his questioning of the paramedic that was on the stand when he's like, oh, so you remember that very clearly, but you didn't say that last year. And then he just, I'm like, dude, he's leading you down a path. You don't even see where you're going, but there's a huge tree right there. You're about to run into it. And then he did, because he's like, yeah, my memory improved. Did it? Did it really? Because you can't remember now. He's gotten you to admit you can't remember what happened 3 weeks ago, let alone last year, let alone when this happened. It's like, oh, you went to see the prosecutor 3 times. Did he maybe tell you that what to say? Yeah, that was good. And that guy was scared. And his eyes, that paramedic's eye, what's wrong with him? They looked black. Like, I'm like, there's Ned. Ned's on the stand and Karen Reed. His eyes were just black. And I was like, what is wrong with your eyes? Why do they look like that? Like, they looked weird. Oh, he's absolutely. I can't stand his voice. I, I just can't stand his voice. And there's sometimes he says things I'm like, is there a 1940s gangster talking to me right now? What is happening? And I can't even tell you when he does it. But he's just, his accent comes down weird sometimes, but it does sound 1940s. Doohickey. That's it's a doohickey. I don't know where you're going with that, dear. There'll never be Judge AJ. Not this one. Never, ever. Never, ever. Worth it. It would be worth it. Maybe shirtless guy will come back in the frame. Although I think he was homeless, so I wasn't going to make fun of him. Because he was carrying a suitcase. Well, he was rolling a suitcase. He wasn't carrying it. I was watching, I did not start with the Stun Belt today. Sorry. There was a stream that was showing, I passed a truck that is, I'm like, don't touch my fiber. Not right now. So I have no idea what's happening. So starts lagging too much. I will, I don't know what I'll do. But they were showing Temu or whatever that thing is called fails. And like somebody ordered a set of luggage off of there and they got it. And it was like Barbie size luggage. somebody ordered a trash can off of there and it was like Barbie sized trash can. It's like, read the description. It's hilarious. How much did you guys pay for that stuff? The thingamajig and the what a gizmo. Oh, uh-oh. What's happening over here? Do we just change in? Oh my gosh. Can you imagine if they're back in 45 minutes? That would be a record. And I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think there was it would be amazing. It'd be absolutely awesome. Do you think the jury's honest and did not research anything about this trial? Do you think they did research something about this trial? Do you think they asked maybe a friend? I mean, I like to think in my head that jurors are honest when they answer the questions and that the judge says don't do this and that they're honest and they don't do that. There's attorneys, I can tell you, I was listening to some this morning that say they don't think that. They think jurors do research things. Hey, expert. I've been meaning to message you and tell you thank you for having me on your 7,000 subscriber stream, but I wanted to give you time to forget who I was first. So Baker told me repeatedly you would never remember who I was. But I hope you're doing well, expert. I couldn't. I had to do it, but I wasn't sure how to get that across in the email. So good thing you just showed up. See? You already forgot who I was. Well, we both forgot. It's okay. But seriously, though, thank you for having me on. I had a great time. And congratulations again. You're like flying past 7,000. We will get together again soon. I got to get over this stuff to at least have a voice. Kathy. I couldn't help it. You think there's one person that knows about Lori's past trials? Ooh, well, that might be bad. I mean, I don't think she did herself any favors, but you you get somebody that in there that knows about Ty Lee and JJ. Yikes. That will not go well for Lori. Hey, I try to be polite, not interrupt anybody. Flash fan. Thanks, expert. I will be more talkative because Flash fan says I don't talk anyway. Next time I just won't let anybody get a word in edgewise. I'll just keep talking. Tell everybody else no. I'll just baker the crap out of it and be like, no, no, no. Yeah, Flashman's not going anywhere. He's not allowed. Oh, I can't laugh, Flashman. Will not go well. Oh, I was so hopeful when they showed the seal. That's so funny. And every time he says it now, I catch it. Like he somebody said something today on his stream and he said no. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, he really does start every sentence with no." He can't help it. Just the no baker. That's just it. No. But I can't say it without sound like I'm scolding my dog. No. No. I am on Discord. I'm in your Discord. Sorry. Gabby, if you're here, will you put the link up to my Discord? My Discord is on, you can come in there if you want to. I tried messaging, see if I could message you on your Discord, but it was after like everything happened in there and you had locked everything pretty much down. Chicken is not the worst thing invented. Oops. All right. All right. There's a link. Expert, if you wanted to come in there, you are more than welcome. It's a good time in there. It's pretty much, if I ever leave, it's just going directly to Gabby. Like I will just leave it to her in my will. Sorry. Now you know, Gabby. You get my Discord. Oh, whoops. Good Lord. It's going to be that kind of a day. Gabby's always in there. Gabby's in there doing Gabby things. All right. Flash fan, since you have been the eyes and ears, will you keep an eye on Lori's stuff, please? Well, Carmen can just get over it because I sent her a message and she's not answered it. So that's what happens. She's out, you're in. All right. Ned. Ned the paramedic is back. I don't know how much this needs boosted, if it does. So I'll start off and you guys let me know. And we got Ned the paramedic.
up and down and moving rhythmically, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what firefighter Flamati was wearing? You had just come off of actually you were just coming onto a shift, so you didn't have all your foul weather gear officially, correct?
I had my puffy jacket. Okay. I had my Canton Fire jacket.
Got it. Firefighter Flamati, on the other hand, had a bright yellow jacket.
Correct.
Sort of reflective and a safety jacket.
Yes, sir.
And he was kneeling to your left at the time doing, have I got that right?
Yep, nope, yep, you got that right.
Okay, he's kneeling to your left at the time doing chest compressions. That's when you indicate that Miss Reed walked over and made the statement.
Correct.
And Kelly was there as well?
Yes, sir.
Kneeling right beside all three of you as firefighter Flamati was giving the chest compressions, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You indicated that the statement was in response to a question that you asked of my client. Do you know him?
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Correct.
And she responded to you with the phrase that you've used.
I sent you a message. I can message you now. And you're just going to get all kinds of messages from me. Just kidding.
I hit him.
I hit him.
Right. So it's absolutely clear in your mind when that statement was made. You were knelt down over Mr. O'Keefe. Firefighter Flamati was doing the CPR, and Kelly was with the both of you when you posed that question.
Yes, sir.
It's a very detailed memory.
Yes, sir.
You indicated, Mr. Brennan, that sticks out in your mind. Is that right?
It does.
But that's not at all what you told Trooper Proctor on February 8th, just 10 days after this incident, is it?
I don't recall what I told Trooper Proctor.
I thought your memory got better with time.
I don't recall that meeting. Okay. I recall meeting with him, but I don't recall the extent of what was discussed.
You literally don't recall anything that was discussed in that meeting in that formal interview with the lead detective on this case.
We discussed the case, but I don't, and in his words, I'm not sure what he put down.
What you said to Trooper Proctor on February 8th, 10 days after this, was you overheard Miss Reed say, I hit him one time to another female that she was talking to. Correct?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it. Did you say that?
I have no memory of this, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
Did you say that her statement was an answer to a question posed by the female or a discussion with the female?
Break that down for me, sir.
Sure. Did you tell Trooper Proctor on February 8th that what you heard was Karen Reed speaking to a female, not answering a question that you posed?
Again, I don't recall that specific question.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor on February 8th while you were rendering aid, and at the time you heard the statement, Miss Reed was actually praying over John? Your words, praying over John.
I don't recall ever saying that.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
What's he doing? It's like he's mouthing. And is he trying to mouth words to the prosecutor?
Did you say that you observed Karen Reed to have blood on her face from providing mouth-to-mouth breaths to Mr. O'Keefe prior to your arrival?
I remember Miss Reed having blood on her face, presumably from attempting CPR.
Do you remember telling Trooper Proctor on February 8th that you saw her with blood on her face from CPR?
I do.
So you remember that portion of your conversation with Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes, sir.
But the praying over John, praying over the victim, you don't remember.
I don't remember ever saying that.
Ever. And the statement, I hit him to another female, you also don't remember that.
No, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at a report
Yes, sir.
authored by Trooper Proctor? May I?
Yes.
May I direct the witness's attention to the second page, Your Honor?
All right. Why don't you take a look at that?
I haven't seen anything in a while. Pretty much everybody's been sentenced, I think, except maybe the ex-wife.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, did you have an opportunity to glance at the report that you were just shown?
Yes, sir.
Does that refresh your recollection about your conversation with Trooper Proctor that he put in a report?
It does not, sir.
So as you sit here, you have no memory of what you just read in this report from Trooper Proctor, the lead investigator on the case.
I have no recollection of ever saying that anybody prayed over anybody ever in this case.
You did see it in his report, though.
Sustained.
You've admitted under oath that your memory of the events at that time, from that time frame, January, February 2022, is faulty, correct?
No, sir.
In your April 2024, it's April 30th, 2024 testimony from last year, you were asked whether or not your memory was a little, and your answer was absolutely, correct?
Could I have a page and number,
Where is
please?
that, Mr. Jackson?
Volume 8, page 151, lines 14 through 16. Lines 14 through 16. I'll just allow counsel to get that up.
If we could pose the entire question and give content to it, please.
Okay.
May I?
Yeah. So do you intend to show the whole question?
The whole question that I asked and his answer, yes.
All right. And I'll give you the opportunity on redirect, Mr. Brennan, if it's not. Go ahead.
Is it true that in answer to the question, quote, so it's fair to say your memory is a little bit faulty as it pertains to that time frame? Your answer was absolutely. Correct?
From last year?
What you testified to last year about conversations that you had with Trooper Proctor around February 8th of 2022.
Yes, sir.
And you would agree, as you sit here, that your memory is still faulty about your conversation with him.
With
Correct?
Trooper Proctor? Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So you're not saying you didn't say that the statement was made to a woman, correct?
Objection.
Are you saying that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Next question.
Thank you. And you're also not saying that you didn't say to Trooper Proctor that you saw Karen Reed praying over John O'Keefe.
Objection.
So I'd like you to ask that differently. Did you say that?
I have no recollection of saying that ever.
Next question.
My point is, if you have no recollection of it, you're not denying saying it.
Objection.
Are you denying saying it?
Yes.
So you do have a recollection that you never said it. Do you understand the difference?
Oh, sir, I don't believe I've ever said praying. That's really not something that I would have said. I didn't see it that day. It didn't happen. I don't remember ever saying prayed
You didn't
in regards
see
to
it
this case ever.
You didn't see it that day, and it never happened. That was your words just now, correct?
Break that down for me.
You didn't see it that day, and it never happened. That's what you're saying about the praying statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that same exact statement, you also included the phrase, I hit him, correct?
No, sir.
In the statement that you made to Trooper Proctor,
The report that Trooper Proctor wrote?
correct?
Again, I don't remember ever saying the words praying over him. I do distinctly remember I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Which doesn't appear in that report, does it?
Objection.
Mr.
I'm going to sustain that, Mr. Jackson. You directed him only to page 2.
Understood, Your Honor. I'd like to show you a short portion of a video, the same video that you were asked to look at on direct examination. And Your Honor, I pray to the court, I can certainly mark it as a defense exhibit or for
So is this
identification.
going to be an exhibit by agreement?
It is.
It
Okay,
is.
So we now that, Madam Court Reporter, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I play a portion of that video for the jurors, publish it?
Okay. Which portion so people know?
I'm going to start it at about, I want to say 6:55. Mr. Walt, could cue that up? Before you play it, can we have it on that screen as well, or is it only playing to this screen?
I don't know. When Ms. Gilman did it, it was both. Great.
There we go. All right. Before we play it, can I ask you a quick question about this?
Sure.
It appears that this is paused. Do you recognize this as being the same video that you were shown this morning by Mr. Brennan?
I do.
All right. Describe the scene.
So that is 34 Fairview Road. The lights in the background, I believe it is either right as we pulled up or right as we're pulling up.
Okay. Same dash cam video.
Yes, sir.
Can we scroll this to the 6:55 runtime spot, please? Pause it. Okay. Do you see the individual on the left? Far left.
Yeah. The jacket?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
I believe that's firefighter Flamati.
You previously indicated that when you heard Ms. Reed make this statement, that firefighter Flamati was on his knees providing CPR at the same time you were knelt down providing the airway.
This isn't when it was
That's
stated.
not my question. Is that what you said?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. You indicated earlier when you heard this statement by my client, you were very detailed. Firefighter Flamati was knelt down providing chest compressions at the same time you were knelt down providing airway support for Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
I had also said that at some point,
That's a
firefighter
yes or no
Flamati
question.
Objection.
So I'm going to let the witness answer the question.
had transferred CPR to firefighter Kelly. Firefighter Kelly did take over compressions at one point.
Okay. That's not my question.
Okay.
My question is an easy one. Did you say that when Miss Reed walked over to you and you had this dialogue with her, she made that statement that firefighter Flamati was on his knees providing chest compressions at the same time you were knelt down providing airway support?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Firefighter Flamati, your testimony appears to be standing up right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's play the video forward for just a second. Stop it. What did you see firefighter Flamati do just now?
I believe he just knelt down.
Okay. So at this point, he's kneeling for the first time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he's about to provide chest compressions as your memory serves, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go ahead and play it forward. Pause. Did you see my client in that photo? In that clip?
No, sir.
You didn't see her?
Oh, no, I did see her. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't see her on right now.
Right. She just walked off frame, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. Stop it. You see my client walk back into the frame.
Yes, sir.
At this point, you were watching firefighter Flamati. He appears to be now providing CPR, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. And my client is nowhere near you, correct? At least for this clip.
No, sir.
Okay.
Correct.
And the clip that I just played before, the few seconds that I played before, nowhere near you, correct?
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. Pause it, please. What do you see happening on the screen from screen right to screen left at this juncture?
We're bringing in the stretcher.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. Do you see where my client is right now?
You back it up 2 seconds. I'm sorry, I lost
With the
view.
court's permission, I need to ask the
Yes.
court's permission. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Pause. Did you see my client?
Yes, sir.
Where is she in the frame?
Behind that other individual.
Behind the SUV?
I believe she's in front of the SUV and behind the other individual.
Okay. I meant the SUV, that's the white SUV that's in
Yes, sir.
the far distance.
Yes.
That's the back of the SUV. She's behind it, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Not near you.
No.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. Go ahead and pause it. Do you see what firefighter Flamati is still doing throughout this entire clip?
Chest compressions?
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Pause. What's happening now?
Where Mr. O'Keefe is on the scoop stretcher and he's being transferred to the ambulance stretcher.
So that's the entire time Mr. Flamati, firefighter Flamati, was giving chest compressions. It's captured right here on this video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now Mr. O'Keefe is up on the stretcher, and you are no longer knelt down,
No, sir.
and firefighter Flamati is no longer knelt down,
No, sir.
and you're now following the stretcher with, it looks like, 2 or 3 other EMTs, correct?
I am not in that frame, sir.
Okay, so you've walked away.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go ahead and play it forward. Pause it. You see where my client is?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and play it. Do you see firefighter Flamati or firefighter Kelly continuing to give chest compressions?
Yes, sir.
Which one is that? Do you know?
Believe it's firefighter Fnati.
Flamati?
Believe so.
Okay, so he's still doing all the chest compressions from start to finish.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's happening right now?
Now we are transferring to ambulance 1.
And where's my client?
Right front and center.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Here's our vehicle that was. Need some new windshield wipers. We could see everything a lot better. Oh dear. No, this child's not sexy.
If I may have just a second. With regard, just a couple of more questions with the court's permission.
Okay.
I'm going to change gears with regard to what you talked about on direct examination, the hypothermic conditions. You're not a medical doctor, correct?
No, sir.
You don't diagnose patients?
Sir.
You're not diagnosing that John O'Keefe suffered from hypothermia that night?
No, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Can you follow up, Brian?
Please.
Prepare to be bored. This guy is just. Ugh. He's not Alan Jackson.
Firefighter Nuttall, the video the defense just showed you, did you notice any differences between that video and when I showed it to you, and that it doesn't have the time on it?
Yes, those were two different time frames on that video.
And when we spoke about when the defendant said to you, I hit him, that wasn't shown to you in that video just now, was it?
No, it was not.
So if we go back, will you be able to explain where you came from and firefighter Flamati came from and when you first went over to John O'Keefe?
Sure.
With the court's permission, Ms. Gilman, if you could start that video. I think it is 6:11, please. Now stop it there. Do you see that this exhibit has timestamp on the top?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please continue. Could you stop, please? Do you see the red lights on the left?
Yes, sir.
Is that when you believe that you first arrived?
Yes, sir.
And that note says 6:11:05. Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Please watch to the left. Stop, please. Is that when you first arrive and walk over to help John O'Keefe?
Yes, sir. That's me.
I'll note that the timestamp is 6:11:21. Okay, continue, please. Stop, please. Did you see firefighter Flamati come after you?
Yes, sir.
Was any of this shown to you during those questions?
No, sir.
No. Continue, please. Stop, please. Do you see the defendant in that screen?
Yes, sir.
Do you see her moving from right to left towards you?
Sustained as to the form.
Okay. What direction do you see her running in that screen from right to left?
She's running towards where the three of us are grouped.
Okay. Please continue. Stop, please. Is it at that time the defendant said to you that she hit him?
Yes, sir.
And you remember that?
I do.
Okay. I'm done with the tape. Thank you very much. Now, you were asked questions about your memory.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were asked the questions about Trooper Proctor, when you were saying that you didn't remember, were you referring to the conversation with Trooper Proctor, or were you suggesting you didn't remember what happened that morning?
I don't remember the interview with Trooper Proctor. I remember it happened. I don't remember the substance of what was discussed entirely. I remember we discussed that morning, but.
Do you know if that conversation was recorded or just a conversation between you and the trooper?
I do not know if it was recorded.
You asked questions. I want to ask you about questions on Mr. O'Keefe. And you mentioned that there was some type of blood clotting on the back of his head.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You noticed there were abrasions on his right arm.
Yes, sir.
You noticed there was a hematoma on the right side of his head.
Yes, sir.
Did you see any bruising on his right knee?
Don't recall, sir.
Did it stand out to you that all of his injuries, all of them that you saw, other than the cut on the back of the head, that they were all on his right side?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice any hematomas on his left side?
I did not.
Did you notice any scratches or abrasions on his left side?
I did not.
Did you notice any marks that would be consistent with an altercation on the left side of his body?
I did not.
You were asked about the cause, and you said that you don't know the cause. You weren't there, were you?
No, sir.
You asked if it was consistent with being punched, and you said it could be.
Yes, sir.
Could it be consistent with being clipped by a car?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You were asked questions about clothing,
Yes, sir.
and you had at one point said you thought that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a winter jacket. Do you have any memory that when you first got there, or when you first got there, do you have any memory whether there were any towels wrapped around Mr. O'Keefe's head?
I remember there was a white cloth of some sort on the scene.
Okay. And when you were asked about your memory regarding the clothing, was the clothing of what was utmost importance to you at that time?
No, sir.
And why is that?
I was, again, focused on Mr. O'Keefe's airway and ventilation.
Okay. And when you were asked about the clothing, do you remember if you added anything else about your certainty or uncertainty about clothing when you previously gave a statement or testimony?
I believe when I testified last year, I did note I had no part in removing any articles of clothing or anything like that. That was not my job in the back of the truck.
Do you remember any recognition of the fact whether you were certain or not about clothing?
Repeat the question, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, is there anything that would refresh your memory about what you had said about clothing?
Objection.
Ask a different question first.
You had mentioned that you had some difficulty about clothing. Do you remember what you had previously said?
I remember there was some difficulty of getting the individual's fingers through clothing just because they were so cold. They were difficult to manipulate. Just they really was not conducive to getting clothing off easily.
You met with me 3 times.
Yes, sir.
I had not met you before any of your prior testimonies, had I?
No, sir.
Do you remember meeting with me and discussing this case with me?
I do.
Do you remember me asking you to tell me what you remember?
I do.
Do you remember what I told you about testimony when you come into court?
Yes, sir.
What would I tell you?
I remember we discussed that just tell the truth.
Did I tell you that it doesn't matter? There is no side. Doesn't matter if it helps or hurts, that you just tell the truth?
Sustained.
Did I ever suggest to you that you should stick to a story?
No, sir.
Did I ever suggest to you you should offer your testimony in any certain way?
No, sir.
When I talked to you, did I ever ask you to say anything about your testimony to this jury?
No, sir.
Other than what?
Speak to the jury.
Did I need to tell you to tell the truth?
No, sir.
And in telling the truth, did the defendant say to you, I hit him, I hit him?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, sir. 3 times.
And in fact, do you remember, in addition to her saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, when you asked her the question, kneeling down over John O'Keefe's body, do you remember if you ever talked about other times that she said it, not to you?
I do not.
Objection.
Okay.
The answer is I do not. Next question.
Okay. Do you remember testifying previously in this case?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember at all discussing whether or not, after she left you, whether or not the defendant was still talking and speaking?
I'm sorry, sir. Repeat the question.
Do you remember after the defendant left you and made that statement to you, do you remember talking, did you hear her speak to other people after you?
I heard her having conversations in the background, but that was not my focus at that time.
Okay. And during those conversations in the background, did you hear her talk about that same issue again?
But the 3 times she said it to me were what stuck out to me.
Okay. And when she said it to other people, it wasn't directly to you?
No, sir.
So watch the form of the question, Mr. Brown.
And when she said it to-
Stating the objection.
When she said it to other people, do you know who she said it to?
I do not.
I'll allow it. So the answer is I do not.
I'm sorry.
Do you remember when she said it other times who she said it to?
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for this.
Oh, we got a sidebar. These are the weirdest objections. They just say objection, and then she's like, sustained to the form, or whatever she decides. But I was watching the opening statements. Sorry. Of 2 attorneys who did not watch the first trial. They don't know much about this one. They don't even know much about the trial at all. When opening statements were finished, they asked why this was a trial. Like, well, we all want to know that. Also, if you come up on, you're looking for this person, you know you dropped off at this house. You come back and he's laying in the grass, or on top of the snow, or on the, we don't know. There's an issue about snow. Would you not question, I hit him? Like, did I hit him? For them to be like laying that, well, they don't have anything else. They don't have a lot to place their hat on here, but just to be like, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. To me, it's just not that far out of the realm of possibility for her to be like, I hit him. Like, I hit him because he's laying there. It doesn't mean she hit him. Doesn't mean she didn't. I don't have any idea. Yes, but it was enough snow that could be blown away with a leaf blower, apparently. Which is so weird. It was so weird. Let's blow away the snow with a leaf blower and see if we see any evidence. Also, we didn't blow any away the evidence, though, right? Oh, whoopsies. Looks like we blew away some of the tail light. Don't worry, we'll find it in a few days and put it back over here. It's quite okay. It's quite all right. I don't know. This poor dude, something happened to him. I don't think it was her. And I feel bad for his family. Because they are very convinced it was her. And I just am not. Yeah, it makes 0 sense. And that's her dad right there. I feel sorry for him too. I think that's her mom. Sorry. I don't know if you saw I have it up on my phone, so if you can keep an eye on it if you want to. I think Gabby's got it up too, so don't feel like you have to.
Sir, after the defendant came over to you and spoke and then left, do you remember hearing her make further statements?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember her making further statements similar
I do.
to the statement to you?
Yes, sir.
Could you share with the jury what you remember her saying, not to you, but after she left you?
I remember hearing I hit him several other times. Again, not directed to me, just kind of off in the background. I'd like to reiterate, we were really focused on the patient at that point. We were trying to provide care.
Thank you, sir.
So now, after Mr. Brennan asks you a few questions, now you remember her saying, I hit him a bunch more times, correct?
I remember hearing it in the background several other times.
Really?
Sir,
Never mentioned that on direct examination, did you?
I don't remember being asked about it, sir. I remember saying what was asked to me.
You were asked, did you ever hear the defendant, Ms. Reed, say anything about I hit him? And your answer was, she said to me, in answer to my question, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times, and that's it.
To me.
You didn't clarify that, oh my gosh, she's running around like a chicken with her head cut off, screaming I hit him to everybody else under the sun.
It was, again, it was behind me in the background
Right?
as I was providing patient care. Again, that was not my focus.
Okay, so you didn't really hear her say anything in the background because you weren't focused on that, right?
I remember hearing a generalized commotion in the background, but again, that was not our focus.
So generalized commotion is very different than hearing her say, I hit him to other people, correct? You'd agree with that.
Yes, sir.
So what you actually heard was the chaos and the commotion of a chaotic scene, correct? In the background,
In the background.
as you focused on your patient care, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, not specific words coming out of my client's mouth, correct?
To the question that I posed, do you know him?
You're right. We're off that question.
Okay.
That question, I got it.
Yes, sir.
Triple I hitters.
Correct.
But with regard to what Mr. Brennan just asked you, the generalized commotion, to use your phrase,
Mhm.
in the background, you didn't hear any specific words coming out of my client's mouth, did you?
I heard I hit him. But again, it was in the background and it was not my focus.
Well, why didn't you say that on direct? That's kind of an important point. That's why you're here.
Again, if it was neglected on my part, it was not intentional.
Not intentional to neglect that part for the jurors on direct examination.
No, sir.
Certainly not intentional to neglect that part of your testimony on cross-examination.
No, sir.
But you decided to bring it up on direct, on recross examination when Mr. Brennan is asking you questions again, correct?
It was asked of me. Yes,
And
sir.
it was after, of course, that your new statement that you've never testified to before, ever, is this generalized commotion included a bunch of I hit hims in the background, correct?
Sir.
And that comes after you saw the video that clearly shows that when you describe having heard this statement, my client was nowhere around you, correct?
That segment of the video that you showed me,
Yes.
that was not the time frame in which she said that to me.
Well, that was the time frame when Flamati was giving CPR, correct?
He was doing CPR down prior to that as well.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Well, you just testified that you saw him standing up in a big yellow jacket and then kneel down and start giving CPR. We just watched that video. Correct?
But again, the clip of the video that you showed me,
Right?
that was not the segment in which he said that to me.
Well, that's what you're saying now, but what I'm asking is you described a very distinctive scene, a very, very specific scene.
Yes, sir. I remember it vividly.
She said the I hit him phrase when Lamani was down giving CPR and you were kneeling down giving airway support and he was doing rhythmic CPR chest compression.
Yes, sir. That's what happened.
And then I showed you that very scene, didn't I?
Yes, you showed me that clip prior to that.
I showed you the very scene that you described where Flamani gets down and starts chest compressions and never stops until the gurney is taken off the frame of the camera to the isn't that what I showed you?
That is
Sure. I don't know if I can do it again. I showed you the scene where firefighter Flamani gets down on his knees, begins chest compressions, and never stops until that gurney is taken off camera, off frame, into the ambulance. That's the clip I showed you, correct?
that is the clip you showed me.
And that's exactly when you described your vivid memory from 3.5 years ago. That's exactly the scene that you described when my client supposedly said, I hit him to you, correct?
Again, the clip that you showed me, that was not when it was said. That segment that you showed, that was not when it was said. It was said prior to that, when the three of us were together.
So Flamati was not giving chest compressions then.
He was. The CPR was a continuous effort throughout the resuscitation.
But we saw him start it. Officer, firefighter Nuttall, we saw him start it. We saw him walk into the frame, kneel down, and begin the chest compressions, didn't we?
We did.
And at no point at that time or after did my client even approach you, did she, in that clip?
She did.
What?
Objection.
Just a question.
Sure,
Mr. Johnson.
sure. Do you need to see the that clip again?
Yes, please.
We're not going to show the video again. We've seen 2 videos. Which one is marked?
The
The
Commonwealth.
one with the timestamp in
Right.
the top?
It's the exact same video. One has timestamp, one doesn't.
Mocked. Which one is mocked?
Just to be clear, you described a very detailed scene in which
What?
firefighter Flamati got down on the ground on his knees and began CPR.
Yes, sir.
We saw a clip that it played fully through.
Mhm.
Starts and stops, but it played fully through, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was true and accurate video of what happened that day,
Yes, sir.
that morning, correct?
Correct.
And from the time firefighter Flamati began his CPR, he never stopped. All the way through until the burn was taken off the camera, correct?
Correct.
You also described very clearly before you saw the video that the time when my client walked over and you had this dialogue and you heard this statement, it was during the time that firefighter Flamati was given CPR, correct? You described it.
Yes, sir.
But when we actually see firefighter Flamati giving the CPR, as per your description, at no time did my client walk over and have a conversation with you, did she? In
She-
that video?
She did in the video.
In the portion that Mr. Brennan played you, was firefighter Flamati giving CPR at that point?
As I said previously
Was
as well.
he or was he not? Yes or no?
Objection.
I'm going to let the witness answer the question.
Firefighters Kelly and Flamati were trading off CPR. Tony started doing CPR, and it was passed off at one point to Firefighter Kelly. Firefighter Kelly at that time was a BLS EMT. Firefighter Flamati was a paramedic. They're going to move towards Firefighter Kelly performing CPR because at that time his skill set was not as advanced as Firefighter Flamati's, as Tony's. But they did switch off. That is a routine cardiac arrest. We switched off compressions.
But the video that Mr. Brennan showed you was earlier in time, a few seconds or a minute or two earlier.
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with that, correct?
I would.
And firefighter Flamati had not begun CPR, had he?
I don't believe so.
That's right, he hadn't. But that's the time that my client walked over your general area, correct?
Correct.
Before CPR was started, correct?
CPR was started immediately, sir.
Can we wrap this up?
I don't know if we can, Judge.
Give you a couple more minutes.
Do you understand the
Really,
confusion?
Judge?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right, a couple more questions on this. The video that Mr. Brennan showed you,
Yes, sir.
and you pointed to and said, oh, that's the time when she walked over and said the statement.
Yes, sir.
Remember that?
I do.
Firefighter Flamati was not even kneeling down giving CPR, was he at that point?
No,
The answer is yes or no.
no.
Okay, he was not. Later, as the video continues to run, at some point, we see firefighter Flamati enter the screen, kneel down in that bright, reflective yellow jacket, and begin CPR, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had previously said that when you heard the statement and she walked over to you, it was when firefighter Flamati was giving CPR, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at no point, you'll agree with me, we just played the video, at no point after he started giving CPR did my client come anywhere near. Isn't that what the video showed?
That was the segment that you showed me.
You indicated on
Is that the
recross,
judge
I'm sorry, on
sighing?
redirect, that Mr. O'Keefe did not have any injuries to the left side of his body.
Not that I recall.
Isn't it true that in addition to the egg on the right side of his head, he also had a black eye on the left side?
I remember that the swelling had started to, it's referred to kind of as raccoon eyes. It's a bruising of both eyes.
Do you remember
battle
saying-
signs.
Do you remember saying, in answer to the question, did it look like in addition to the egg on the right side of his head in the front, did he also have a black eye on the left side? Your answer is, if memory serves correct, yes.
Yes, sir.
So it's not true that he didn't have any injuries on the left side of his body or face, correct?
That swelling kind of migrates over time to both sides. That is a common occurrence for both eyes to be swollen.
Did he have an injury to the left side of his face?
He did not.
Did he have a black left eye?
Yes, he did.
Would you consider a black eye an injury?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you the question again then. Did he have an injury to the left side of his face?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. One last question. You indicated that it was a chaotic scene outside on that front yard.
Yes, sir.
Fire engines, ambulances, patrol vehicles, engines running, diesel engines, flashing lights, people screaming, people talking over the howling wind, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see the homeowner come out the front door?
Don't recall.
You don't recall, or you didn't?
I have no idea who the homeowner is.
And you never saw anybody come out the front of the house?
No, sir.
That's all I have.
One issue. Briefly.
I want to see counsel at sidebar.
I was going to say, old Judge Bev, if you're going to complain at the defense, you better complain at the state. And is that her that keeps sighing into the microphone? That's what I'm wondering. And I think that's maybe what she's going to try to put a stop to. I don't know that I agree to it, but I do understand if she doesn't, they could just keep going back and forth like forever with this paramedic. And we do need to move on. But yes, no, I said that attorneys make comments all the time like Lori does and that the state was objecting to. I really just think the state was objecting to make Lori mad. There were some times that absolutely she should have objected because Lori was a little, was beyond her. Okay. Coming from a non-lawyer. Why is there so many people back there? How do they keep their white shirts so clean? 8 days of cross, which is a little ridiculous.
Sir, in Mr. Jackson's questions, he asked if you had ever said that you heard the defendant say, I hit him, separate from when she approached you. Do you remember previously testifying that you heard her saying, I hit him in the background, separately from you?
Yes, sir.
You remember testifying that before under oath
Yes, sir.
in court?
I do.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, just a second, Rob.
This guy just wants to go anywhere but there.
I'm sorry.
Is that Lally from the first trial that's sitting up there with the with Brennan? Because didn't he get I thought he got taken off of this.
Yes.
Just a quick question, Firefighter Nuttall. When you were asked to recite your memory of that day on February 8th, 2022, just 10 days after this incident, did you ever say that you heard in the background, I hit him over and over again?
I don't recall.
All right.
When you testified at the grand jury, last question. When you testified at the grand jury, did you ever say that?
I don't recall.
But again, your memory is better now.
Yes, sir.
All right. Firefighter Nuttall, you are all set.
Thank you, ma'am.
Lally is his lapdog.
All right, your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. The Commonwealth calls Kerry Roberts.
He looks like he's pouting, like he's got in trouble. You meant that, Ronnie. You know you did. It's okay. Lally does look like he's pouting
I
a
did
little.
have an exhibit I would like to introduce and
Okay.
play for the jury.
Okay.
And this is clip 2.
No objection from the defense?
No, you got
And you're marking this as an exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh gosh.
Do you have something for the court reporter to mark?
Mark?
We can put it on a zip drive. We can discuss collecting all the clips and putting them on the same zip drive, or we can use different zip drives, whatever the court's preference is.
So we need something. So we need something physical. You can play it and then we'll mark it.
Ms. Gilman, do you have a separate clip?
Jim, is that right?
Thank you.
This is going to be so cut up and out of context. I guarantee it. Wasn't their smartest move to do. I want to know who's calling former Trooper Proctor, because the state stayed so far away from him in their openings. Don't blame them. And the defense just came in and was like, here he is, the person they didn't talk about, the lead investigator that got fired because of this case. And then just left a trail burning. Didn't stop. I had to think about it for just a second, Gabby, because I thought she said mock, M-O-C-K. I'm like, why do you want to mock it? Then I realized she wants to mark it. But now I know how to say mark. I just say mock. Because that's really what I thought she said. Oh, I think Jen's coming back. I think they're all coming back. And even though they were not allowed to use the third-party culprit in their openings, he danced around it gracefully and still got it all in there. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. But please don't do that. And don't let Lori do that to you either. Bad joke. Too soon. But yes, I cannot stand Judge Bebb's voice. Or Judge Bev. And I didn't watch the first trial. And I won't watch. I'll watch more of this one. We'll use it as filler as needed because it's going to go on forever and ever and ever, like scary kids in a movie.
I can have this marked, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Roberts, please. Okay, thank you.
We'd like to play this first and then call Ms.
Oh,
Roberts.
okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
How much do you remember? I remember it, but I question, do I remember it because it's been relived so much? I mean, when I see the video of me driving from the waterfall, like what I just described, tapping the brakes when I crossed the intersection, Washington over Sherman Street, do I actually remember that I kind of slowly proceeded through that green light? No, I don't actually remember that. But I've seen the video so many times that you then question, did I remember on my own? Or was my memory jogged? But I also wondered, did I say, could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that. So the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I'd now call Kerry Roberts.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given in the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Kerry. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your
Good afternoon,
Honor.
Ms. Roberts.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to this jury?
Hi, my name is Carrie Roberts.
Ms. Roberts, where do you live?
I swore he was saying Kelly this whole entire time, and then I heard her spell it and thought I misheard her. Kelly, Carrie. Okay.
I live in Canton, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in the area for?
I was raised in the Boston area, North Shore, South Shore. I went to high school in Braintree and I moved to Canton about 12 years ago.
Do you live alone?
No, I live with my husband and 2 children.
How old are your children presently, this day?
My son is 13, my daughter's 15.
Do you work?
Yes, I do.
Without identifying specifically where, can you share with us a little bit about what you do?
I'm an executive assistant and I've been with my company for 18 years.
Ma'am,
All right, so the jury clock is stopped at 1:40:07. It could mean one of two things. One, they have a verdict, we could only hope. Or 2, they went for an hour and 20 minutes and are taking a lunch break. Because it's lunchtime in Arizona. And they get a lot of breaks out there. So we'll see what happens. But dang it. Could they not just bring lunch in, let them keep going?
if you could just move the microphone just a tiny bit closer. Thank you very much. You have 2 children, you're
Yes.
married,
Yes,
and you live in the area.
yes.
I want you to tell us whether you know a person by the name of John O'Keefe.
Yes, I do.
Would you be willing to share with us when you first met Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, I went to high school with John in Braintree. He played soccer, I played soccer, so we probably hung out in middle school, but we went to 2 different middle schools. And then I hung out with him more in high school. He was a year older than me. His sister was 2 years older than him in school, and his brother was younger, so at some point I was in high school with each of his siblings.
Did you at some point become friendly with John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
When his sister Kristen passed away, and then her husband Steve passed away, they lived in my neighborhood. John took over for the children and moved into my neighborhood as well.
When John took in the children, did you offer any assistance or any help to him?
Yes, before John was even going to take over, he was going to potentially move in with his brother-in-law and the children to help out. And then when his brother-in-law passed away unexpectedly, John took over and I jumped in because I was a friend from high school that he knew, and he had all kinds of people helping, but he sort of said, I'm going to lean on you for right now because I know you best. and I knew his parents and his siblings. And so I introduced him to my husband and we jumped in. It was, preschool drop-offs, preschool pickups for my son and his son. And just from then until the time of his death, we were just friends, very close friends, and we hung out all the time. The children hung out all the time, and he was the emergency contact list at my children's school to call if something had happened.
Were you close friends before he took over the care of the children?
No, I wasn't very close friends with him then.
Were you close with his family before he took over care of the children?
No.
Did your friendship with him develop after he took care of the children?
Yes.
You mentioned you have a son,
Yes, I do.
and is your son the same age as John's nephew?
Yes.
Was there any common interests or activities that engaged your son with John's nephew?
Well, they went to in-home daycare together. They went to preschool together. They went to pre-K together. And they went to elementary school. They played baseball together since they were T-ball. My son plays hockey. Patrick tried hockey. He didn't like that. So we spent a lot of time at the baseball fields together.
As you spent a lot of time together and had mutual care of children, did your relationship with him grow closer?
Yes.
And can you share a little bit with the jury how close you became?
Well, John was a bachelor and he didn't have any children of his own. So when he took over for the children, he sort of, leaned on us to kind of guide him and, all the things to do if there's someone has a headache and, if there's an ear infection or, he had his mom and dad also helping as well, but I was right up the street. So if I would go to BJ's, I would call and say, can I grab you anything? If I would go to Walmart, any of the places I would go, I would call and say, do you need anything? Can I help you? Can I grab something for you? And he did the same. We just sort of all chipped in and helped.
As your friendship grew, could you tell us a little bit about your relationship with John?
John and I were very close. We spoke on the phone and hung out. He became very close with my husband as well because he was right down the street. But we just had a friendship, a very close friendship.
Tell us about the day-to-day activities and how you would try to assist John with the children.
Well, John moved across town. I don't remember when. I forget how many. Patrick, I think, was in 5th grade or 4th grade. And I would take him home with me on Wednesdays because John would be working. So it was more of a, if he was at my house and my daughter needed a ride the other side of town, he would take her with him. We were just very close friends. We did a lot together. We would do baseball tournaments together. We would have drinks together. We would, all the things friends do.
As you grew closer to John and helped with the children, did you become closer with his family?
Yes.
And who specifically did you become closer with?
Mrs. O'Keefe and Mr. O'Keefe, his parents, and Paul, I would see from time to time, but not a lot. He doesn't live in Canton. But Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe would be there all the time to help as well. And Mr. O'Keefe would take my son and Patrick, the nephew, out to Dunkin' Donuts all the time.
Can you tell us a little more about the collective effort of other people, including his family, helping John raise these children?
There was a lot of us that jumped in to help. It was not just me. There was a lot of Kaylee's friends' parents that jumped in and helped out for Kaylee, his niece, and Patrick. There was a lot of us that helped out with Patrick. All of the community all came together to help him because there was this guy that just lost his sister and brother-in-law, and he stepped in to take care of these 2 kids, and he didn't really know what he was doing at first, but he got the hang of it pretty quickly.
You have a son that shared a lot of interests with his nephew.
Yes.
He also had a niece.
Yes.
Did you spend more time helping with his nephew or with his niece?
With his nephew.
Were there other people in the community you knew of who spent more time helping with his niece?
Yes.
And who was that?
Jen McCabe.
Did you know Jen McCabe?
I had met her once. John got a discount at Reebok, so he would take the kids, he would take anyone with kids up with him to get shoes, like sneakers for back to school or whatever. So one day he did take Jen and I up to Reebok, but other than that, I never talked to her on the phone. I never saw her out. Her children are older than mine, so we never really crossed paths.
As it relates to the night of January 29, 2022,
Well, Flashman, I do have X, and I will tell you that on Nate's page, the comments are pretty much like us. Why are they already getting a break? They've been there an hour. Why did they not deliberate longer last night? Why? Everybody's like, never seen a court schedule like this. It's crazy. I'm speeding this one up. Not that we have much to catch up on, but good grief. White Claw Bev. She can go to Snake Island. Judge Gold can go to Snake Island. That's all I got for right now. Because those two have been so blatant in their bias. Sorry. In these two trials, in Delphi and in this one. It's crazy.
how much earlier was it that John took you out with the children and Miss McCabe out with her children to get sneakers? How many years before that?
Years, like 6 or 7 maybe.
And from that time you met Jen McCabe in the years past, did you ever spend time with her again before January 29th, 2022?
No, I did not. I didn't know her.
Were you friends with her?
I was not.
Did you speak on the phone with her?
No, I did not.
So other than that one meeting, you were strangers?
Yep, that was the only time. I knew her. I knew of her. She has 4 girls, but I didn't know her.
At some point, as you were part of John's life, did you learn that he was dating a person by the name of Karen Reed?
Yes, I did.
And do you see that person here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you point her out and describe an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She has a black suit jacket seated at the front table.
When did you first become familiar or know about Miss Reed?
July, I think it was, of 2020. John, we were having people over, and so I invited him, and he said, I'm going to bring Karen over. And I was like, I don't know who that is, but okay. He assumed I knew because he had been dating her for a little bit, but it was COVID, so we didn't see him very often during that time. So Karen came over that night.
This is early 2020?
I think it was summer, so I think it was around June or July.
Briefly, just tell us a little bit about where and the circumstances of meeting John and Karen for the first time.
They came over to my house, and we hung out on the back porch, had some drinks. There was music. Kids were around. Just a nice, normal summer night. We had other people over as well.
Over the next coming months, did you become more familiar with the defendant?
Yes.
Did you see her more often?
Yes.
And could you generally describe for the jury how you learned more of her and saw her more often?
She would take care of the kids a lot. Mainly, well, not mainly Patrick, but not mainly Kaylee either. She helped out a lot with the kids. So if we were at baseball, she would come to all the baseball games, or she would drop off or pick up my son or Patrick if they were going to the golf course or the driving range.
Would you see her during events with your son and John's nephew?
Yes. We did baseball tournaments. And
So when you go to baseball tournaments, would that be away, an overnight type trip?
one of them was down the Cape.
How often would you spend time with John and the defendant?
Not that often together, but John would stop by himself. My husband would go out more with John, but I didn't spend much time with the two, not a lot of time outside of the baseball field.
Did you become friends with the defendant?
We were friendly.
Did you ever spend time alone to go out or socialize?
I did not.
Would you see her when you would pick up or drop off kids, or she would pick up or drop off kids?
Yes.
Did you ever speak to her on the phone?
Yes.
In relation to what?
Corresponding with the kids, pick up, drop off, mainly Ryan and Patrick, not about Kaylee.
Did you ever spend any important dates or times or holidays with John and Miss Reed?
No.
I want you to take us ahead to January 28th, 2022.
Okay.
On January 28th, 2022, do you remember that day?
Yes.
Generally, what do you remember about the day of January 28th, 2022?
There was a blizzard coming, and it was my daughter's friend's birthday. So we were going to be going out celebrating that night, but we did it on the early side because there was a blizzard coming.
What was your plan for that evening?
We went bowling. We got dinner, then we went bowling, and then I came home because I wanted to be in before the snow started.
Had you communicated in any way with John that day?
Yes. He texted me. My son had had an issue at school. Patrick had been dismissed, I think, for a doctor's appointment. So he did text me to see how my son was doing.
Did you simply text, or did you get a chance to speak to him that day?
I believe we just texted.
Did you go out that night after bowling?
No, I did not.
Was your husband home?
Yes,
Did he go out that night?
he did. He went out with John.
And do you know where he was planning on going?
They went to McCarthy's, a bar in Canton Center.
Had you been to McCarthy's before?
Yes.
Can you just briefly describe what McCarthy's is?
It's a restaurant bar. There's a large bar in the middle, the seating on the left and the right. It's right in the center of town.
Do you remember about what time your husband went out?
I do not remember exactly. I don't know if I got home and then he went out, or if he was already gone when I got home. I don't remember, but it was he went out around the same time that I arrived home, which was on the earlier side.
How many times had you been to John's home, would you say, over the past couple of years before this night?
Oh, many.
Many times?
Many times.
Were you familiar with the house and the driveway?
Yes.
May I approach John?
Yes.
Should I return to the podium and ask the question,
You
John?
can ask them from there.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'd ask you to take a look at that photo in front of you. Do you recognize what is in that photo?
That is John's house.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how his house looks?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to move this to evidence, please.
Okay, any objection?
No objection. May I publish to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Continue now. I've shown you a second photo. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, that's John's driveway.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how John's driveway appears?
Yes, it is.
I'd move that into evidence. No objection.
Okay.
May I publish?
Yes.
Good. Thank you. I'm showing you a third photo. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes,
And could you share with the jury what's in that photo?
it's the side of John's house looking up from the driveway.
Is there anything you notice on the side of the house?
The lights or the ring camera.
Are you guessing, or do you know that's a
No,
ring camera?
I know there's one there
And how do you know that?
because I got a ring camera and I could look and see who was at my door. And then he said, why didn't you tell me about these things? So he bought one.
I move to introduce this photo.
Okay,
No objection.
thank you.
It was like the lights. Oh, wait, no, the ring camera. That's what you wanted. And then got it. I got it.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Roberts, with the laser pointer, could you just point at the picture and show where the ring camera is?
On this screen,
Yes, please.
Whichever one you can do.
why isn't it working?
Nope.
It's on.
Okay, well, you know what, rather than use the pointer, why don't we describe, can you describe where you see the ring camera on that picture?
It's in where the two lights are under the top window.
Okay, thank you. We can take that down, please. How many times would you guess you had been over to his house?
I don't know. More than 50,000. I don't even know. A lot. It was weekly.
That night, you told us that your husband went out to eat John at McCarthy's, the bar.
Yes, he did.
Do you remember your husband coming home that night?
Yes.
Do you have any memory of about what time he returned?
I'm guessing, but somewhere around 10, 10:30.
So I'm not going to let you guess. Do you know? Do you have it?
I don't know. It was around 10 or 10:30. I can't be exact.
Did you see him come home?
Yes,
What was the forecast for that night and the next morning?
there was a blizzard coming.
Was that part of the decision-making of going out or staying home?
Yes.
At that time, when your husband came home, did you look outside? Do you have any memory of what the weather looked like around 10, 10:30?
I remember the snow started to fall somewhere around 12 because I remember looking out the window and I could see it starting.
And that was the beginning of the snowfall?
I believe so.
What was the weather out that night?
The weather that night, I think, was fine. It was cold, but it wasn't snowing yet.
I want to move forward ahead. At some point that night, did you go to sleep?
Yes, I did.
Did you sleep through the night, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you wake up?
Yes, I did.
I want you to tell us what was the reason that you woke up.
I got a phone call at 5 o'clock in the morning from Karen Reed.
Were you expecting a call?
No, I was not.
Had you ever received a call at 5 in the morning from Ms. Reed before?
No,
Share with us what happened that morning. What did you hear?
Karen called and the first thing she said was, Carrie, John's dead. And then she hung up. And then,
When she said that, did you have a chance to have a conversation with her?
no, I did not.
Describe her demeanor when she said that.
She was yelling loud enough, my name, I think it was 3 times, it might have been 2. She was yelling loud enough that she woke my husband.
Your husband was sleeping next to you?
Yes, he was.
Was she loud, yelling, screaming?
Yes, she was very loud. She was screaming.
After she said, Carrie, John's dead, did you know what she meant?
No,
And did you say this was around 5:15?
this was at 5. She called me at 5 on the dot.
After she hung up, what did you do?
I was half asleep still. I didn't know what was going on. So I started to get up and I think I tried to call her back. I know I tried to call her back, but I don't know exactly when because I was like, what? So my husband said, what was that? I said, I don't know. Something's going on. I don't know what's going on. That was Karen. And then I tried to call her back. I know I tried to call her back, but I don't know if she answered or if she called me back the next time I spoke to her.
After you or she called you again, did you have another discussion or did you hear her say something else the second time you spoke to her?
Yes, the second time she said, I think something happened to John. I think he got hit by a plow. He didn't come home last night. Kaylee was home. He would never leave her by herself, and I was not supposed to stay at the house last night. So I think something happened to him.
Did she say anything about drinking?
Yes, she said, we drank so much, I don't remember anything from last night. And I said, okay, where are you now? She said, I'm driving. And I said, you need to go home. Where's Kaylee? And she said, at home. I said, you need to go home and be with Kaylee. She cannot handle this, thinking, her uncle's missing. I said, you're going to get a DUI. You need to go home.
Was there anything else in the conversation that she said to you at that time?
She said, I'm going to drive to your house. Would you drive my car? And I said, yes. So at that point, I started to get dressed. I turned on the automatic car starter so it would warm up. Told my husband, I don't know what's going on. John didn't come home. And so I think my husband tried to call him and I tried to call him. And my husband said, you're not going anywhere. It's a blizzard. He's probably on somebody's couch. And I was like, I know, but she's really upset. I'm just going to go. She wants to come here. I'm going to drive her car. And then I went out to my car and sat and waited for her.
When you called John, did you get any response?
No, I did not.
As you were waiting for the defendant, did you make any other phone calls?
I did. When I was in the car, I thought to myself, well, she thinks he got hit by a plow. I'm going to call the police and see if there was any accidents or maybe something happened. They brought him in. And I spoke to the officer who said, no, nothing of that sort. I've been here all night. And then I called the Good Samaritan Hospital and Milton Hospital to see if they had anybody that was taken in an accident.
When you called the police to look for Mr. O'Keefe, did you call 911?
No, I called the non-emergency line.
Do you know if that call was recorded?
I believe so.
I'd like to introduce an exhibit.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection.
Okay.
When you called the police, what was your level of worry at that point?
I wasn't super worried. I mean, he didn't come home, but they were out drinking. So I assumed, like my husband said, he's probably on somebody's couch.
The second call you had with Miss Reed. Can you describe her demeanor in that second call?
She was frantic. She was frantic. I mean, she couldn't find John, so she was very worried.
How soft or loud was that phone call?
It wasn't as loud as the first one, but it wasn't a regular conversation.
With court's permission, I'd like to play the exhibit of the call.
Okay.
Hi, Fred said, calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at waterfall, and now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't pick anyone outside the name of John O'Keefe, did you?
John O'Keefe?
Yeah, he's about to call, and it would be on film, but.
No.
And she probably got a ride and passed out at someone's house. I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, we didn't lock anybody up or anything like that. And where does he live?
He lives on Meadow, down the seven.
He lives on Vallow, Pleasant. Okay, and where? So back home, you said your girlfriend?
With his girl, but yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yeah.
And so I said to her, my husband had been over with him earlier in the night, but then he obviously came home. And he has custody of his niece and nephew because his parents passed away.
Okay.
And so she's home with the niece and nephew, and they all left to be home. And so she's nervous because she's never been home.
Yeah.
So she's like, I feel like something happened. And I said, okay. Well, the Coffee Area Hospital, the newly captain, I personally think he probably picked him up and got that. I don't know.
Yeah, wait, did he didn't drive last night?
No.
No. Okay. Yeah, I mean, again, it's more, it would be driven by you. You would have to, call in a patient, and talk to us. But I mean, as of right now, it's more, he just didn't get home last night. This conference sometimes have with him.
No, that's why. That's
Yeah.
because she didn't tell me. That's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I figured I called the other hospital, I got a call, Kansas police, just to make sure, just take the other thing, and complete about the very old best people, if anybody put it from us.
Yeah.
Just get it off.
Okay.
And we're doing a little bit of party or something.
Yeah, no. I don't say I was there, I was not here. But we didn't get any calls, anything like that. Nobody was arrested or anything like that.
Okay.
All right.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, no problem. Good luck.
Okay,
See ya.
thank you, bye-bye.
Were you in your car when you called the police station and the hospitals looking for Dawn?
Yes, it was.
Do you know at that point whether anybody else had called the police station?
No, I don't know.
Do you know at that point if anybody else had called any hospitals?
I don't know.
How long did you wait in your driveway?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Maybe like 7 minutes, 8 minutes.
What were the conditions like out that morning?
It was bad. It was in the middle of a blizzard.
When you were outside in your car in the driveway waiting, describe the lighting conditions for us.
It was still dark out. It was 5 o'clock in the morning and it was snowing. So it was not great.
How was the visibility?
Not great. It was coming down really fast at that point.
You said that night when you went to bed, the snow just started. Had snow accumulated at that point?
No, I don't think so. It was just starting to stick.
I'm sorry, that was the night before. But at this point, when you were in the driveway, had the snow accumulated?
Oh, yes.
Do you know how many inches it was?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Enough that the plows are out.
As you were waiting for the defendant, did she arrive at your house?
She did not.
What happened?
Again, I don't know if I called her or she called me, but eventually we connected on the phone and she said, I said, where are you? I'm waiting. And she said, I'm at Jen's house. And I said, Jen, who? And she said, McCabe, she's going to drive my car. And I said, okay, well, listen, they don't want cars on the road because it's so bad. I'm already in my car. I'll come there to Jen's house, stay there, and we'll follow each other and we'll go back and drop your car off. Did you look in the house for Dawn? Could he just be in the house, passed out somewhere? And she said, no, she hadn't looked in the house. So I said, okay, now I'm going to come to Jen's. We're going to take the car home, drop it off. We'll check around the house. And then I don't know what the next step at this point was. I just wanted to check the house.
At the time you directed that you were going to meet at Jen McCabe's house and then drive to John's house, was there any suggestion by the defendant where she wanted to go?
I didn't know where Jen's house was. I knew the street. I had dropping Kaylee off or picked her up a few times. So I said, stay on the phone with me. So I don't know which house it is. And so when I got there, I pulled in the driveway and there was some conversation about.
Can I back you up and just ask you a little bit about the drive there? I don't
Yep.
mean to interrupt. When you left your house, you talked a little bit about the weather conditions. How long did it take you to get from your home to Jen McCabe's?
Oh, it's quick. Probably 4 minutes.
What was the driving like?
It was not good driving. That's why I didn't want 2 cars on the road.
Did you have any difficulty driving through that storm?
No, I mean, it was treacherous, but I was in 4-wheel drive. I have an SUV.
You mentioned you didn't know exactly where Jen McCabe lived. Had you been there to drop off John's niece before?
Yes, but I didn't know which house it was because when I picked her up before, she was either getting out of the car at the driveway or waiting at the end of the driveway. So I didn't know which house it was.
I think I interrupted you, but were you telling us that as you drove to Jen McCabe's house, you were on a Bluetooth, on an open conversation with her to help with directions?
Yes, Jen and Karen were in Karen's car and I was on the phone essentially with both of them.
Do you know what type of vehicle the defendant was driving at that time?
A Lexus SUV.
As you drove over to Jen McCabe's home and you had some guidance finding it, did you hear any conversations in that open line with, or even any statements by the defendant?
I remember when I pulled in behind her car in Jen's driveway. And at some point Karen said, my taillight. And I looked and Jen she must've had the brake done because you could see that there was missing taillight.
When you say missing taillight, was it merely cracked?
No, there was a piece missing.
Could you see that as you were parked right behind the defendant's SUV or Lexus?
She must have been applying the brakes because you could see it, but there was a lot of snow.
When you saw that the taillight had a missing piece, did you say anything?
No.
Did you think anything of it?
No.
How long were you parked behind the defendant's Lexus while it was parked in Ms. McCabe's driveway?
Not long. We were just, I pulled in and then we stopped and then the next plan, at some point in that conversation as well, or maybe on the ride, because now we're heading to John's house to drop a car off. I pulled out of the driveway, Jen pulled out, and I followed behind all the way to John's house. And at some point, Karen said, I left him at Waterfall. And I heard Jen say, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
Was anything else said about the broken taillight?
No,
You followed Ms. McCabe?
yes,
Where did you go?
to John's house.
Did you arrive?
Yes,
I want to ask you some questions about when you arrived and what you did next.
okay.
When you arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's home, you were in two separate cars. Who pulled into Mr. O'Keefe's driveway first?
Jen pulled Karen's car in first.
So Ms. McCabe was driving the Lexus
Correct,
and the defendant was in the passenger seat.
yes.
After you both pulled in, tell us what happens next.
We went, I wasn't sure if it was, at some point Karen showed us the taillight up close, but I didn't know if it was when we arrived or when we left. But we went into the house to look for John.
When the Lexus was parked by Ms. McCabe in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway, was it facing the street or facing away?
Facing where the basketball hoop is, not facing the street.
Would like to approach?
Okay.
I'm going to show you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, that's John's driveway. That's Karen's car on the left and John's car on the right.
Do you recognize both those cars?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that photo as a fair depiction of his driveway?
Yes,
Do you recognize it as a fair depiction?
Wow. Holy crap. She emerges. Becca Lynn, where have you been? I'm writing a poem about you, apparently. Good to see you finally. Like spring's emerging so you can come out from your shell, your cocoon. Get out here. Sunny and warm. It's about time. It's about time. It's good to see you, Becca. I hope you are doing well. It's been way too long. Way, way too long.
Of the motor vehicles.
yes.
Now, when you went there that night and you pulled in behind Ms. McCabe and the defendant, is there any differences between how that area looked when you pulled in as opposed to that photo?
Well, it was the early hours of the morning, so it was dark out and there was much more snow. And
Other
there was
than
snow
this-
coming down.
I'm so sorry. You want to finish?
Nope.
Other than the snow and the lighting, is there any other differences?
Nope.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Right? There's no objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Okay.
And to help us understand, you see on the left is the house.
Yes,
There's a motor vehicle in the middle of the driveway, but it's the vehicle to the left.
yes.
And whose vehicle is that?
That's Karen's.
Is that where it was parked that night when you went into the house?
Yes,
In the motor vehicle to the right, you recognize that?
that's John's car or SUV.
Thank you, you can take that down. I'm showing you a second photo.
Okay,
Do you recognize that photo?
yes.
What is it?
It's the back of Karen's car.
Does it look like a fair and accurate depiction of her car as it appeared that morning in the early morning hours to you?
Yes,
Do you notice anything that's distinguished in that photo?
the piece that's missing in the taillight.
Which one?
The right passenger rear.
Do you know when, I'm sorry, do you know when this photo was actually taken?
I do not.
Although you don't know when it was taken, is that a similar depiction to your memory of how it appeared that morning at 5
Yes,
or a little after 5?
yes.
I moved to introduce this exhibit.
Okay.
No objection. The court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Yes.
We can take that down, please. After you arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house, what was the plan to go inside? What were you looking to do?
To go inside and look and see if he was passed out somewhere. So we went in through the,
Were they using that to say her taillight was broken in that picture? Because it looked like it was just covered in snow. Like my car's had that too, because my taillight kind of comes around the car, and I've had part of it covered in snow that would, if you took a picture of it, would look like it wasn't there. But it is. Becca, that sounds horrible. So please don't feel that way. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I have a feeling you're like maybe quoting a song, but I still don't like it. Was I right? Were you quoting a song? I just want you to be happy. That's all.
Garage, and I started looking. I think Jen ran upstairs to Kaylee's bedroom, and I just started looking through the living room. Basement door was locked from the inside, so I knew he wasn't in the basement. And then I checked the other living room. He has a big house. Then I went to the top of the stairs to check his bedroom.
As you looked around, what was your mood?
What was my mood?
Yes, were you calm?
I mean, I was worried. So we were, at this point, Jen had already established that they went to her sister's.
Sustained.
Okay.
Jen had already.
Let me
Hold
ask the
on,
question.
Ms.
I'll ask
Roberts.
the question better. My apologies. How many rooms did you look through in John's house?
1, 2, 5 or 6.
Did you see Miss McCabe looking in rooms as well, searching?
She went upstairs when I was looking downstairs.
At some point, as you were looking, did you see the defendant?
Yes,
Was she looking with you?
she was in John's room.
What was she doing?
She was just standing there when I came up to the top of the stairs.
Did she say anything?
No.
Did she do anything?
No.
Was she searching?
I don't know. She was in the room.
What happened next?
At some point, Jen earlier had said,
Well, let's not talk about what was said. Okay. Let's
Well,
just talk about.
the plan
best
at
you
this
can,
point
your-
is
your
to go to
memory of what was
34
done.
Fairview.
Ms. Roberts, I know that I'm just going to ask you to wait for a question
Okay.
because we can only get one person at a time. So next question, Mr. Brennan.
Again, my apologies. And so as you're looking through the house, you don't find John. What happens next?
the plan was to go back to Jen's sister's house.
Who made that plan?
Karen wanted to go back there.
Well, tell us a little bit about that. How did that conversation come up, and share with the jury what was said?
And the car ride to Meadows, Karen said, I left him at Waterfall. And Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's. So then Karen said, we need to go back to your sister's. And I said, no, we're going to go to Meadows and we're going to drop the car and we're going to look there. Then we'll go there if we don't find him.
When you were at the house, Meadows, John O'Keefe's house, and you didn't find him, was there any further conversation about what the next steps would be?
I said, let's go. He's not here. But I didn't know where Jen's sister lived. So we got into the car. Jen was in the passenger seat. I was driving my car. Karen was in the back seat.
Did you
And Jen
begin,
was giving directions.
did you begin your way towards Meadows?
Yes,
And it was Miss McCabe who was giving directions?
yes.
As you began driving to head towards Meadows, in addition to trying to drive, were you doing anything like looking or searching?
Well, yeah, we were looking on both sides of I was looking on both sides of the road in case he was walking home.
Did you see Miss McCabe searching?
Yes, she was looking out as well.
Describe a little detail about what you saw Miss McCabe doing.
She was looking out the window as we were driving. So was I, as I was driving.
And where was the defendant during that time?
She was in the back seat.
Was there any conversation, comments, statements?
Well, she would be in the back seat and then she would be in between Jen and I, in the back seat and then in between Jen and I. She was just very frantic.
Was she saying anything?
There was conversation on the way there.
Okay. Was she looking as well? Did you see her looking out the windows like you and Jen?
I don't know if she was because she was in the back seat.
As you drove to Meadows, what was the visibility? The same or better or worse?
No, it was poor.
Did you make your way towards Meadows?
I did.
As you finally got to Meadows, was the house on your left side, your side, or on the other side?
Are you talking about Fairview or Meadows?
I'm sorry, Fairview.
Okay. The Fairview house came up on the left-hand side.
Before you got to the house, is there a tree line between that house and the house before it?
Yes, there's a cluster of trees and bushes.
All right, take us back. I want to talk about that morning. As you're driving and approaching Fairview, tell us what you hear, what you see, what's happening.
Jen's giving directions, and it was really bad driving. I was white knuckling because it was getting slippery. Karen wouldn't put on her seatbelt because she was in between us again the whole ride, and then sitting back. But she was worried because we weren't finding John.
You having words?
Yes.
Tell us.
I said to Jen, where are we heading? And she said, my sister lives on Fairview. And I said, where is that? She said, off of Chapman. I said, oh, okay, near Spring Lane. At some point, Bella's mom came up.
Tell me what that means.
I didn't know who it was, but it was one of Kaylee's friends, Bella's mom. Well, the directions, at some point, Karen was talking about Bella's mom to Jen, saying she never liked me. I didn't know who this woman was that they were talking about, but apparently Bella's mom lived near where Jen's sister lived on Fairview.
Did you learn any more about the relevance of Bella's mom?
No. Oh, well, I think John had dated her.
I'm going to allow it.
So as you approached Fairview, tell us what happens.
As we approached Fairview at the house. You mean the house or the street?
Yes, yes, the house.
The house. Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And I said, okay. And as we approached the house, Karen from the backseat is now screaming, there he is, let me the F out of this car. And she's now kicking the back door to get out.
When you heard the defendant scream, there he is, and started kicking the car door, did you see anything?
I did not.
Did you see anybody?
I did not.
Did you look?
I looked.
Was there anything that impeded your ability to see far?
No, it was just snow.
How far could you see when she was yelling, there he is?
How far could I see?
Yes.
I mean, the visibility wasn't great.
Okay. Was she pointing or giving any direction?
No, she just said, there he is.
Okay. What happens next?
And then I unlocked the car. I looked over, I didn't see anything. And I unlocked it so she could get out of the back seat. I looked at Jen and I said, she's crazy. And then I turned around and watched, and she ran over to a mound of snow.
When she started running, before she got anywhere, did you see anything at that point?
I did not.
Were you looking?
I was looking. She said, there he is. So I'm looking around to see where he is.
And you could see nothing?
I did not.
Did you see her run around or directly?
She ran right over to the mound of snow.
Could you tell what the mound of snow was from the car?
Once she got to it, yes, it was. Once she got to it, you could tell it was a mound of snow that was the length of a body.
All right, I'm going to stop you there, Mr. Brennan. I need to see counsel in sidebar for just a minute, please. You got it.
We got the squeaky chair back in this one too. Sorry. I don't know why I'm coughing more today. It's been kind of ridiculous. Only person that will be banned from her, unless OJ says otherwise. I don't know. I've not banned anyone.
We're going to have you come back tomorrow.
Okay.
Jurors, we're going to break for today. So
Woo.
we're going to send you home the same 3 cautions that I'll tell you every single day. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation in this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard us on social media. Okay? We'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, hold your books, put them on your seats. All named.
I don't know. She just breaks at a weird time. Like, okay, done. Bye. Huh. I had a feeling something was going to happen. Oh. Let's see what's happening.
Jimmy, those motions don't.
Are they coming back? Hey, Alicia. We are watching Karen read while we wait for the Lori Vallow verdict.
To enforce compliant with the court's April 16th ARCA discovery order and the motion to continue. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chrissy, I didn't mean to do that.
Wow, Judge Bev said sorry. Miracles happen every day. Alrighty then. Well, that was fun. That was a blast. Yep. I am not doing any cartwheels. It's kind of ridiculous. This jury has had more breaks than I swear I can remember any jury ever getting. Like I said, it's worked out well for me, but now that it's not, I don't like it. The clock has not started. Here's what I'm looking at. It's exciting, let me tell you. I could let my dog in here and she could bark at it. That probably would be more exciting. But the clock's not started back yet. Yeah, Carrie was the third lady in the car. It was Carrie, Jen, and about said Lori. Not Lori. Karen. Lori is here. is right here. The clock has stopped. I'm hoping beyond all hope that they come back from lunch and are like, okay, we got it. We just wanted lunch. The Flash fan brought up a scary point that will they come back with a verdict today? Because the judge lets them go home so freaking early, which was great during testimony, but now it's like, get in there and get to work. Which one? The Lori Vallow case, Alicia, or Karen Reed? Sorry. We were just watching Karen Reed while we were waiting on this verdict. Lori Vallow is the woman who she was convicted last year of unaliving her son and daughter, Tylee, and JJ, her son. And Chad Daybell is her, I don't know, did they get divorced? I mean, if they didn't, there's really, I don't know what the point is, but so that trial was in Idaho, I think. And so she was convicted of unaliving her son and daughter because they were zombies. Yes, Ronnie, Karen Reed is done for the day. According to their religious beliefs, they were zombies. And Chad Daybell went on trial for it. She got life. I think she got 2 life sentences. Chad Daybell got the death penalty for it. And now she is on trial in Arizona for allegedly conspiring to unalive her 4th husband, Charles Vallow, so she could marry Chad. But she wanted his life insurance money. It's the state's theory. But he had already changed his life insurance to his sister, and she got nothing. Took him 5 years to charge this case. I asked yesterday if they... Nobody answered me. Y'all ignored me in chat. It's fine. It's rude. Whatever. If they thought that the state would have charged Lori, like I said, it took them 5 years to charge her. If JJ and Tylee were alive and fine and everybody was living well, Charles was still, well, no, he wouldn't be alive if nothing had happened to JJ and Tylee, do you think I just wonder if they would have charged her, because they really did not treat this as they thought it was anything but self-defense, which is what she claims it was. And they didn't take, she said, she represented herself in this trial. She has nothing to lose. She's not getting out of prison. Thank you, Becca. Becca answered me. Thanks. I think no, too. Lori had some good questions. I think an attorney could have done a better job. They didn't take her cell phone the day of the incident. They didn't take Tylee's cell phone the day of the incident. They, I think, took her brother's phone, but gave it back to him. They treated, even in their, like, we watched the interview with Tylee, which is very strange because Lori's favorite word to use in this trial was nonchalant. But like Tylee, for being a young teenage girl, was not emotional at all during her police interview, which was weird. Lori wasn't either. But to me, they didn't investigate this like they thought it was anything other than self-defense, just exactly what they all said it was. I asked if you thought that they would charge Lori, since it took them 5 years, had nothing ever happened to JJ and Tylee, if they would have charged this case. Well, Alec, he would have been a better defendant, but he's not alive, so that makes that difficult. I think he would have been a better defendant because he's the person that did the actual unaliving. The big problem is that I don't think they can get around for him. I don't know about Lori, is no, Zulema did not testify. the round that was fired when Charles was on the floor. You can't really say you're in fear of your life when the dude's laying on the floor. There really wasn't. So there was her brother Adam testified, who they cut off basically after he told his family, like, hey, there's something wrong with Lori. They're like, don't talk to us. Clearly something wrong with Lori. He testified. Kay Woodcock testified. And Lori asked her like 2 questions because I think her second question was like, you don't have any proof, or like, you don't know if I was planning on unaliving Charles, or I don't know, it was something like that. And Kay came back and just was like, I know you were, or I have proof, or I don't remember what she said, but Lori just was like, no more questions. And it was very quick. And then there was, I don't remember the friends' names that testified that went away with her for the weekend or whatever. So I don't know. She didn't call any witnesses, even though she had subpoenaed people, and she did not testify herself, which we thought she might. I don't know. She wasn't doing bad at the beginning. Then she didn't end on a good note. I didn't think. Well, I'm not talking about if they had found, I'm saying like if JJ and Tylee were still here, Tylee, Alex, and Lori all said this Charles was unalived in self-defense. They had his remains. So, but if JJ and Tylee were still happy and healthy and here, I don't think they would have charged her. I don't think they would have ever brought this to trial. I don't know. I think her next trial, the problem is Becca, she's representing herself again. And that's just not the questions that she tried to raise in this trial, which I think were good. She did have some good points. She just doesn't know how to bring it back. She doesn't know how to bring it home or ask the question to get the answer that she's looking for. But I don't think the police investigation was great in this at all. She does. She has an advisor. Which always just makes me think of a handler, which I know it's not, but still, she's got to be able to go up there and ask questions. And I don't know how much she was actually willing to listen to her advisor, because she is kind of hard-headed. Well, she could have testified, Flash Fan. She wasn't excluded. And she would have wrote the questions out. My understanding is she would have written the questions out that she wanted to be asked of her, and the advisor council would have asked the questions. She could use a handler. Whoops. If they were still alive, then you think they would still brought it. But why take 5 years then? 5 years. That's a long time for this. Gabby. It wasn't good. It wasn't bad. It just, an attorney could have done better because they would have known how to ask the questions better. That's just my opinion. And I also posed the question, and I don't think you guys answered me again. Gosh, rude twice this week. If you're a juror sitting there, would you wonder why she was representing herself in a self-defense case if you don't know that she's already in prison? And I know, but you haven't been here, Becca. See, you already answered me today, you and Sir Frank. supposedly they're not supposed to know like about Tylee and JJ. And so if one, she's sitting over there, I think writing with her little jail pen, not jail. So she can't hurt anybody. She just has the insides of the pen. You're going to wonder why is she writing with that? Two, why is she representing herself in a self-defense case? And most of the time people want to hear from the defendant in a self-defense case. Just because they're the ones that they're the only survivor to tell the story. In this case, she is the only survivor to tell the story. But they are not supposed to know that. Oh, I know, Flashbang. I know she has the right. I just don't know that it's always good. The clock, hello, little one. The clock stopped because they're at lunch, because they worked for an hour and apparently needed a break. Actually, I think they worked for an hour and 20 minutes. It's Maricopa County. It takes them 10 years to change out a broken toilet. This judge, it's like, come in at noon and we'll take a break at 1, come back at 3, and leave at 4. Is that good with everyone? Everyone's like, yes. It's a long time to work. Yes, it's a very long time. Hour and 20 minutes. It's a long day, man. After they had, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday off. Came back yesterday. He did jury instructions, sent him out for a break, sent him out to lunch. I mean, it was like crazy. I don't know if they're, because it's just been crazy. Like, there's been a lot of breaks. As well as you see, the judge in this case is with the jury, giving them all the breaks, sending them home after 19 minutes. That was the other thing that frustrated the crap out of me. He only had them deliberate for 19 minutes yesterday, and then they went home. And now I did get a message that said that the judge, that reminded me, thank you, Jess, that the judge has been sending them home every day around 4, which I understand. So maybe they were still expecting that. The judge should have said, when you go into deliberations, that's off the table now. You need to make arrangements. I do not know. But he's got her next trial too coming up, which is that guy lived, though. Or is that her cousin? Yeah, he didn't, he made it. He survived her. I don't know. She's just somebody I would not want in my circle. Nephew-in-law. So he might be. I mean, Becca, the judge looks like Zach. That's what we decided. I think was it Puddletown that brought that up? Says the judge looked like Zach. I don't know. So the other night, I like the judge, but he got a little short. Was it yesterday that he gave her the nose sigh into the mic? It was like, okay, that's enough. I don't know if she gets to play on her tablet while waiting. I would hate to have to try to write with those pens. It's like, there's nothing to it. I'd probably break it. I have like my clicker pencil here all the time I'm trying to write with, and then lead goes flying all the time. I don't know why I try to use it. I think it's because my mom had like a ton of these, so I just took it. He was here. He's been here. Did you send him away, Becca? He's been here every day. Candy Crush. She would love to play Candy Crush. She wishes. She's probably playing some zombie eliminator game. Gotta get them all. The judge looks like a better Zach than Zach. Well, yes, and then Streamlabs came in for some reason. That's the second time that's happened to me. I guess in a year and a half. So I don't know what it is. Yes, because I have Nephi. Oh goodness, I don't know. So they won't even be back until 4:30. We gotta only have a 5-minute delay. What is slobs? Instead of 30-minute delay, so at least that's good. Oh yeah. I don't Streamlabs OBS. Oh no. I don't. So I downloaded it when I very first was trying to figure out what I was going to use for streaming, and I couldn't figure out OBS, even though it told me how like it's super easy. It's not for me because what am I, Flash fan? Oh yeah, you can't tell me. So I don't have it, and I've never used it to stream because I don't know how. And every once in a while, it's just like, here I am, and it wants me to download and do stuff with them. Like I don't know you. That's right. I am a tech genius. Yeah, they wanted me to make him a mod. No. Dogs are like, it's dinner. It wasn't about that. I think she did get that in, even though there was still the redacted one. I think it was when she was making her closings and she kept kind of testifying and the state kept having to object and the judge was like, okay, we just had to hear you go on for hours and hours and hours, state. Let's not make this one go on that long either. You banned Streamlabs. Oh, good. Oh, I'm waiting, Flashman. You're just gonna you're just gonna load up the chat with the B word. Yeah, I've never used it. Well, it got banned yesterday, so you finally try watching The Day's Over. Not this one. We'll see when they come back in 22 minutes. I said that on purpose, Flash fan. I said it just like that on purpose. We're on Seal Watch. I'm not confusing anybody. I'm very, very clear-minded. Yes, Becca, if my dog was in here, she would be barking her head off, especially if it was Wisconsin. She's very anti-Wisconsin state seal for some reason. There's lots of B words. There's bat. There's ball. But there is no verdict. Gabby and Flashman are my moderators. Why does my dog hate state seals? I have no idea. I don't know, but Wisconsin is the one. I don't know if it's because the badger. Where the heck did that come from? Has the badger on there, but she just anytime, like if I'm watching a trial on my TV downstairs and she sees it, she comes running into the room and just absolutely goes nuts, just goes crazy. She can't stand it. And hello, Kelly. Kelly, I hope you saw my. I had Kelly. It wasn't. I took a lot of people's away, because I had way too many wrenches out, and it was becoming a thing, and I needed it to not be a thing anymore. So, but you weren't the only one, and so please don't take offense to it. And I hope you saw my message in Discord. And if I play 8 seconds, will that make it okay? Let me find it. Yes, yes, Becca. This is definitely worth the big screen. How was the sound on it yesterday? Because it's really, yes, definitely big screen. It was really, it's loud in my ear. Oh, it'll take me a minute to get it. So if you, for those of you that don't know, Lori has, whoops, dang it. Lori has a special on her to make sure she behaves, I guess. And this guy here, I know you guys can't see it. I'm just trying to get it where we need it to be. All right. I have a cold. I am not any of that. I don't think they brought the jury lunch in, which is weird. They should have brought their lunch to them. Haha. Oh, here, now you can really see everything's red. I don't know why this is red over here. It does take 8 minutes to set up 8 seconds. So that's what I've been. And then it just starts playing on its own. Sometimes it would be red if it was really my mood. Just kidding. Let's see. Here we go. This is Much Watch TV. I'll even take the banner down for you. I'll even take myself off. All right. We got Officer Biceps here. Newscast guy here.
And in the back.
Let's talk specifically about Lori Vallow Daybell. So she's wearing something like this. What is this?
That's correct. So this is what we call, many people know it as a rack belt, a stun belt. Very clear, this isn't like a taser. It does not work like a taser. It's pretty much pain compliance. So what happens is you have the prongs just like you did in the vest. Okay. So this makes contact with your body. You can feel it right there, right? So in this case, what we do is we put it around the waist. So pretty much like this.
And this is just designed to give you a lot of pain, correct?
This is pain compliance. Like I said, unlike a taser, it doesn't affect the muscles.
The sheriff's office asked me if I wanted to know what the belt felt like. An actual stun would last 8 seconds, so I didn't put the belt all the way around me and fasten it. Still. Ah, jeez, Louise. Woo! I get it.
Yeah. Wasn't that bad? It was terrible. Can you imagine 8 seconds?
No.
Took myself off. What's happening? I broke my screen. I don't even know. There we go. What's going on? Like writing a bill. Yep. And he complained. He I know. I don't know why. I don't know. It's like, all right. Put me back on. It has this new things over here that I didn't do. If I click on that, what's going to happen? There we go. All right. I don't know. Okie dokie. I know. Well, I mean, if I didn't, I don't know. Yeah. I have I have nothing. I can say nothing. Here, this hurts. Try it on. And he complained that it kept hurting. After, like, in the newscast, he was like, it still hurts. All right, let me get that go away. That go away. Put this back. We're still no clock moving. Should start moving in 13 minutes. Say hi, Amelia. Did I say that right? Hello. Sorry, my voice. Oh, she's gone. Well, sorry. Hi, Amelia. Now, see, now you made me laugh. Hello. How are you? Hope I got it, because there's a delay. I'm aware. There's nothing going on. I don't know why anybody, because it made for good TV. I've got like too many conversations going on at once, and I'm trying to keep up. All right. Paint dry. That's my saying. She's your mama's very long time cleaning lady. Aw. They do become part of the family. I don't have one. No, it's all black back there. Weird. Oh, well. I don't have any idea what's happening, as you can just tell. So I'm waiting to see, because Carmen is supposed to text me when she gets home. So she better be home. It does look very official. Like, they look thinner. It's like very official and not so springy. No! Flash fan. Hello, Lisa. At least I could say that one better. And bye, Lisa. Gabby says hi, Lisa. Flash fan. I can't believe you said that. Okay, Carmen's home. Hopefully she will chime in here in just 1 second. Tell me she's home, because I can see she's home. I mean, she just got home, but nonetheless. I feel you. Well, you have to volunteer to get, you have to, that's my daughter. If you want to carry a taser in like law enforcement situation or whatever, you have to get tasered first, just like you have to get pepper sprayed first. Yep, them's the rules. Them's the rules. And yes, Lisa, we are talking to you, Lisa. I need the. All right, I'm putting. There. That was too dark. Too dark, man. We're freaking her out. Lisa. Doesn't do the. I can't do it. Flash would have me say, Luke, I am your father, but I can't do it because it will make me start coughing. So I'm going to say, Lisa, I am your father. All right. She told me to hang on. She doesn't have everything set up, so hang on. You liked it. All right, hang on, sending Carmen a link. I don't want to leave the studio. Oh, Flashman, so many times you could have just used that word, and you just can't. You just can't. I'm making it so you're gonna be saying that word in your sleep until you can say it to me again in like what, 3 days? What do I have till Wednesday? Through tomorrow? All right, link is sent to Carmen. I have till Monday? Do I know Publix? I know of Publix. I can extend it. Oh, I just say it as a joke. Sidebar. I can't stand Bev's voice, if I'm honest with you. Her voice really kind of gets on my nerves. Oh, gosh. We can, Kevy, we can add it. We can add that word to the blocked words list so that nobody can say it. Well, I have never had one of those. I do know what they are, but I've never had one. Flashman, Gabby's just going to add that to the list and you won't even know it. And then you're going to go to say it and it's not going to come up. You'll be like, what? Yes. Ooh, look at North Platte coming up in the world. Got a Chick-fil-A. Awesome. I have heard rumor that the little town next to me is going to get one. I'll believe it when I see it. But they did get a Starbucks, not that I care. But in my little teeny tiny town, exciting news was Dairy Queen remodeled completely. They needed it. And they just reopened. Hadn't been there. I don't even know last time I was at that Dairy Queen. But it had the early 1980s vibe going on. So it was in very much need of a fixin'. I didn't say it. Scooters and slow lane are better than Starbucks any day. I have not had Starbucks in a long time. I think they're taking so long because they're not there. They're at lunch. going back to the 80s because the 80s were awesome. But if you kind of get stuck there, you gotta, like, you gotta rework it every now and again. Trying to see if Nate has posted any updates on his account because he's at least in the courtroom. No. That's unfortunate. No updates. You got to move on. I've not watched this season at all yet. Don't spoiler it. Don't if you're gonna give a spoiler alert, tell me so I can look away. I have to watch. I haven't even started this season, but I've watched every other season. Thank you. They should be back in 4 minutes. I want to see that clock better start freaking ticking. What's up, Dill? See you bright and early in the morning. With Mad Dog. They are not. Don't say that. You said that yesterday, and I didn't believe you because you joke with me so much. They should have a bird cam in the jury room. I just want to know that they're in the jury room. So if they could start that clock again, and make sure. Yes, I'm live. That would be great. If they could just start that clock. A dare. A dare. You don't look like a stalker. Plum Crazy Diner. Westminster. That's been a minute. What is Plum Crazy about Plum Crazy Diner? There might be no jury. I thought they were off. Is Karen Reed still going? I thought they were done. I thought she walked off the bench. Good grief. Sorry. Where? Who's showing it? Court TV or not Court TV? Long Crime? Oh, Boston 25. Oh, okay. I was going to say, like, I don't see the. Whew, that makes me nervous, Becca. Last time I. Last time I did a news channel, I got copyright strike. Give me 1 second. Let me back it up so I can see. Ugh. I don't know if I can listen to that man talk. Alrighty. I know. Well, at least that one has dropped off, so. Oh my gosh. Flashman, I'm just tempting you. The B word I keep talking about that Flashman calls me is boomer, just so I want Flashman to feel better. And he can't call me that for a whole week. Because he lost a bet. I don't know how much this needs turned up, so you guys will have to let me know. And I took it back to the beginning.
I'll hear you.
Your Honor, I'll get right to the point. On the motion for compliance, our position is the defense did not comply with your order. This has been an ongoing issue which relates directly to the credibility of potential witnesses. This is information based on the history and representations made in this case that we're entitled to. I did note before these were produced that we have watched video footage from unaired video from the documentary. We clearly knew that there were text messages and correspondence beyond what was represented to the court. It is not a surprise that I did receive these lists of text messages and calls after I made those comments. However, there is no text message content. There is 99 texts to Mr. Wolf, 6 texts to Mr. Rentschler. That does not reconcile with the past positions and representations of the defense to this court and to the Commonwealth. In addition, there are a number of phone calls. And those phone calls, again, I would suggest do not reconcile with the past representations. We have 52 minutes of phone calls on 5 calls with the ARCA mainline, 133 minutes, 20 calls with Dr. Wolf, 57 minutes, 23 calls with Dr. Rentschler. I find it difficult to accept that these were all for scheduling purposes. We also had your Honor's order, not just for the communications, which are not.
So, little one, this trial is in Canton, Massachusetts. Karen Reed was dating a Canton, I believe it was Canton police officer, and he was found unalive outside of was he a retired Canton police officer's house after he was dropped off by his girlfriend, Karen Reed, who is on trial. I'm probably not going to explain this best because I didn't. Oh, sorry, Boston police officer. They're saying the state's position, they already tried her once for this last year. It was a hung jury. So they're back. The state's position is that Karen was upset and she backed into him when she dropped him off at the Albert's house, and that he never went into the Albert's house. Her defense is that she did not hit him with her car, and that something happened, scared the crap out of me. Something happened at that party that he went to, that she dropped him off at. And there was a retired police officer, retired first responder of some sort that lived at that house. Sorry, she popped in. It scared me. You guys are gonna have to help me. So there was a guy that was also at the party that was friends with the Alberts that lived there. He was an ATF agent. He was interested in Karen. She had apparently ghosted him shortly before this night and showed up at the bar with John O'Keefe before they went to the Alberts house. I know this is really confusing because I'm confusing myself. You found Zach? Anyway, long story short, Stace says she did it. she's saying the police did it and they're covering up for each other. So I don't know. And I know that really wasn't answering your question, and I apologize. I don't know if she's here. You can't see her. You just know she's here because she scared the crap out of me when she popped in. I was like, but yeah, sorry, little one. I know that was a really bad explanation. I did not watch this first trial, and I won't watch all. I'll watch what I can of the second one. Basically, right now I'm just using it to fill time. What's up, Carmen?
Oh, just running around.
Just
trying
run
to
around.
rush-
Around
trying to rush
down there in Texas.
Yeah.
Well, we're just waiting for Karen Reed. I don't know why I'm looking on that app to see if they're back from lunch. We're just waiting for the Vallow jurors to get back from lunch because they worked for, clock's a ticking. Thank goodness. They worked for an hour and 20 minutes and had a lunch break after deliberating 19 whole minutes yesterday.
Wow. I wish I had that kind of work schedule. I worked
know.
an hour and a half.
And time for a break.
Hello, everyone. So what? I know you're gonna go. I know you got stuff you got to do.
Oh no, I'm okay because Dad left. So
okay.
Unless they're not done by the time he gets back, and then when he gets back, then I will go make dinner. Because he was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm waiting on Carmen. I don't know where she is." So he
I
left.
was at the doctor.
All right,
But
so
I got fully cleared to go back. So, yay.
Good. Well, that's good. I know you're bored on light duty. You're so sorry Dad left. Well, her other dad, Zach, might come in here in a minute.
Oh my gosh. Didn't confuse them.
Make myself cough. All right, so we're just listening to Karen Reed motions being argued while we wait for the jury to come back. That's all we're doing right now at the moment.
Not a
Did you
complete or a fair production?
Did you see that Ghost Adventures wife, her court thing today?
I have not.
She pled guilty to in for hire.
I don't know how she couldn't. The text messages.
Didn't even try to plead it down or anything.
Wow. Well, good for her, I guess. At least own up to what you were going to do.
Yeah.
I'm glad you didn't do it.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
little one,
glad
not
they
to
caught it.
Absolutely. Yep.
Props to them doing that shakedown and finding that cell phone.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's why, like, in our facility, I always hound on shakedowns, and that's like if we have new people that come in, I'm the one that shows them how to do it because they're creative and where they will hide things. Yeah, and I always tell them, like, when you walk into this room, don't touch anything first. Just scan the room, and then be like, if I was an inmate, where would I put this? And because we've had it where they've taken like the lights down and putting things in it, and then they'll clip it back, and find all sorts of things in there.
I feel bad for Aaron too, because I think he was happy and didn't have any idea. She apparently wasn't. So, and was gonna off him.
I don't know I was actually, Dave's comment, I was actually going to ask if you wanted to do that, but if you guys want to watch Karen Reed, that's fine too.
Yeah, I'm gonna see what this motion is, because I did watch the openings today. I think it's about that.
But there was a order by the court to provide all correspondence, text messages, emails, not just with Attorney Jackson, but with the entire team, including the defendant, Karen Reed, and we have received nothing. This is important because if we look at the first half of ARCA's potential testimony, which is limited to their prior report, we cannot fairly and effectively cross-examine the witnesses until we have the information we're entitled, and that's why I've also asked and suggested that ARCA should be ordered and required to provide that evidence as well, so that we can see what is there. It is concerning that there are this many texts, this many phone calls, and the fact that this is totally in contrast to what was represented in the past. So before there's even a thought of ARCA testifying, I think we're entitled to the full discovery that we asked for, the full discovery that the court has ordered. I don't see anything to do with billing or anything else beyond these text message and phone call logs. I want whatever content is available. I think it's relevant material. It's pursuant to your order, and this is woefully incomplete. Should I dive into the second motion?
Yes.
So I can move quickly. The second motion, part of it is moot in some respects. I won't go through the tortured history of discovery. We've gone through it too many times. We don't have time for it. But inevitably, it is clear that we have played by the rules, met our discovery obligations, and as we stand here now, the defense is proposing new opinions, new testing, and they don't even have the parts of that testing yet. This is 2 weeks into trial after we picked a jury. This is at the time of the opening. It is ambush. It is unfair, and we have no ability at this point to reconcile or deal with new opinions and new information. Importantly, the defense's position is they may or may not have a report by May 1st. Our expert will be testifying somewhere at the beginning or middle of May. He is away. He is not available. And so anything we receive at the beginning of May or end of April, we'll have no opportunity to look at, vet, test, reconcile, or even engage in our own testing. This was my concern all the way back in November. I'm not Nostradamus, but this obviously was something that worried me that actually occurred. And so at this point, it would be fundamentally unfair for the defense to get a benefit for failing to comply with discovery orders by waiting until February to seek permission with ARCA. They could have called any expert, asked for any expert they wanted. They didn't. They chose this method, and this is the consequence of it. And at some point, the defense has to bear the burden of their decisions. We will not have the ability to rush through, have Dr. Rentschler come in days before his testimony, try to reconcile, be inadequate. I've had a brief correspondence with him. It's simply impossible. That's why we suggested, although we certainly didn't want to move the trial date, that was the only remedy if the court was going to allow any new opinions, evidence. I say to the court that they should not be allowed to offer absolutely anything new, not only because they missed the discovery deadline, but the reality is we're all trial lawyers. We've all tried a lot of cases. It would be a disadvantage, fundamentally unfair, and because of their own choosing. And so anything new, we will not be able to reconcile. We would not be able to proceed with our expert in a fair manner. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Alessi's issue, I'm going to ask you to be as brief as you can be, please.
Your Honor, I understand your request to be as brief as possible, but this is the first opportunity the defense has had to respond to almost every allegation that's been made. We haven't had an opportunity, so I certainly respect the court and what the court's request is, but it is going to take a bit of time to put facts out. And I want to separate two categories that the Commonwealth has conflated. The Commonwealth has conflated the issue of what text messages exist, which text messages don't exist, what's been turned over pursuant to orders. And I would like that to be clear to the court factually, because the Commonwealth has misstated just now 3 times the facts.
So I asked this morning, there were 100 or so texts referenced in the exhibit, whatever was presented by you folks. I asked if Mr. Jackson, if he provided them, because my order was clear they would be provided, and he said no. And I asked you at sidebar whether they were deleted, and you said yes, in due course. I have no idea what that means, Mr. Alessi. Why don't you explain that?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to explain. Here's what it means. Like anybody's phone, those text messages are 2 years old. They don't exist.
So can you also tell me, aren't the ABA guidelines, the council is supposed to keep everything in a case for 5 or 7 years?
I do not believe that is the ABA rule with regard to experts. I'm unaware of
In
that.
regard to your client, and this was in regard to your client's case, right?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear you.
Records kept regard to your client's case, which these are experts that were, I mean, there's 100 text messages leading up to trial when I was told that by you that there was a pause email and then all of a sudden out of the blue a bill appeared in July. This shows that's not true, Mr. Lessie.
Your Honor, that was a different question that Your Honor asked me back then. That was about emails. That was not about text messages.
Have emails been provided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All emails have been provided. And that is why we are in compliance with all orders. And I will say also with regard to text messages, we have provided pursuant to every order, every single text message that exists. Mr. Brennan just said, I believe there has to be more there. There's not more there, and I don't believe there can be an order of preclusion based upon the speculation of opposing counsel that there must be more. We affirmatively created a document, Your Honor, to be more transparent than the records, where we summarize all of the communications. Yes, we don't have the text of the text messages, but we were completely forthright and set forth every text that was made. Plus, we turned over from Ms. Little, the only other person on the defense team who communicated with ARCA, we turned over her texts and the text of her text messages. There is nothing else in existence to provide. And importantly, the defense was under no order to preserve the text of text messages. And we have never received, as part of discovery in this case from the Commonwealth, any communications between the Commonwealth and its several experts. That has not been what has occurred in this case. But of course, once Your Honor on Friday issued that order to provide everything, we provided everything we can that we had. The bottom line is, Your Honor, we've turned over absolutely everything we have. And in addition to that, we created a document so that it would be easier. We're the one who showed all of these text messages from Mr. Jackson historically. We created that document. There's no basis for a discovery violation. There's no basis for an order violation. We are in full compliance. So that's the prong one, Your Honor. Prong one is what Mr. Brennan has alleged is incorrect because we turned over, and we did it recently and consistently. We've turned over all emails and Ms. Little's text we provided. There are.
See you, little one. Whoops.
Yeah.
Stop by again sometime. I promise it's not always this slow. This is just slow today because everything's a little discombobulated trying to wait on everything. But I promise you, we're not always just like paint drying.
I don't think I've seen you in chat before, so it's nice to meet you.
Yes, it was. First time for me too. So yeah, stop by again. All right, let's pound that podium a little more.
That's what she said.
Ha ha.
No text of text messages in 2024, and there's no order that required those to be preserved, and there is no discovery violation because we can't be in violation of not turning over something that doesn't exist.
All right, go to the second.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Motion.
The second part of the motion, Your Honor, is the most maddening for the defense. And this is the timeline that I can go through very, very quickly. And essentially, what the Commonwealth just argued is we will be so prejudiced that if we get the work that ARCA is underway, working on, that we will be prejudiced because we won't have enough time to address it. Your Honor, the facts show that the timeline for this has been caused by the Commonwealth, not the defense. And I can do it quickly. July 2024, the first trial concludes. November 2024, 4 months later, the Commonwealth decides to retain Aperture. Their decision to wait 4 months to retain an expert, we're the defense. We defend what the Commonwealth alleges. January 30th, 2025, 2 months after that, and 6 months after the first trial, we get an Aperture letter report that's barely discernible about what they've done. It's a 1 page and 1/4 of conclusions and opinions in outline form. Next, January 31, 2025, we get the initial Aperture 140 slide presentation. January 31st, February 5th, we get the case file. In February of 2000, or February 19th, we finally get the raw images from Aperture in the scans. That's the first time we get raw images and scans. You can't have an expert work on anything until you even get those raw images in scans. We move, and we have a hearing on March 20, 2025 to preclude Dr. Welcher because the slides are so incoherent and the report is so insubstantial. We can't tell what it is their theory is. So then on March 24th, and at that hearing, the Commonwealth agrees to redact and revise that. So we're already into March 20th. The Commonwealth agrees to redact and revise. Your Honor put the defense on a short leash. We accepted it. And by March 24, we received the PowerPoint that was of the Aperture that was supposed to have two things happen. It was supposed to be redacted, and there were certain things that were supposed to be changed. What did we get on March 24th? It wasn't redacted, and there were 3 substantive changes to it. The Commonwealth has said twice, including today, there were no substantive changes. There's 3 of them, and to the extent Your Honor wants to hear, I can detail exactly what those changes
So
were.
why don't you highlight them very quickly, because
I will, Your Honor. I can do it quickly. Thank you for the opportunity. First one, slide 36, they changed the image of 34 Fairview. No small change. 102, they changed the conclusion regarding the time that the tail light was broken. No small change. 123, they changed the image of 34 Fairview. No small change. So we ended up getting those changes, and I want to be clear on the date. That's March 24th. We have a hearing on March 25th. We agreed to provide
That was my mock. That's all I got.
To these revised Aperture documents. Here is the key data point. On March 26th, the defense engages ARCA. Just 2 days after we get the revised PowerPoint with 3 substantive changes. And then we started to respond and provide more information. On March 27th, we responded to the Commonwealth's revised PowerPoint and the Welch report. And then the last 2 items, we renewed our request to preclude Dr. Welcher on Delbert Lanigan grounds. April 1st, and this is another key date, the court decision allowed Dr. Welcher to testify, but also allowed the defense to re-raise objections at trial when Dr. Welcher testified. What does that timeline show? That timeline shows that the Commonwealth took 6 months from the last trial, 6 months, and the defense took merely 2 days after they got the final report of Aperture to retain ARCA. Last point I want to make, Your Honor, is the argument of the Commonwealth that we strategically waited to retain ARCA. Nothing could be further from the truth. As the court knows, and has been the case with this unorthodox situation, ARCA was retained by the U.S. government. They worked pursuant to the U.S. government, and we had to get the permission of the U.S. government to retain ARCA. We moved expeditiously to do that. We got the permission from the government, and as soon as we got the permission from the government, and as soon as we got the final version of Aperture documents, including scans, we put ARCA on it. It has only been since March 24th, not even a month, have we had finally the information from Aperture, which is still inadequate. Our experts still say, with regard to what Aperture did, in some instances, they can't even figure it out because the information is so inadequate. Nonetheless, because of all the considerations we're aware of, we had ARCA proceed forthwith with post haste. And they are working post haste. But, Your Honor, we are the defense. That's where I started. We had to understand as best we could what Aperture did. In conclusion, 2 points. No violation whatsoever on text messages, emails, court orders. All complete, robust compliance. And with regard to the allegation that there was something said, that there's some surprise that there were so many text messages, on June 10th, 2024, and I've got the transcript albeit on an electronic device, right in front of me. I just got to get the passcode. Mr. Jackson read a text message right live that he had with ARCA. He read it, and here's what it said. The court, okay. Mr. Lally, so her issue is that she is available this week, but not next week. So I really need to get her in on Friday. Mr. Jackson.
Hold on. The court reporter can't hear you. She asked you to stop.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Am I going too fast?
Yes.
Thank you. All righty.
Go ahead.
Thank you. My apologies. So, Mr. Lally, so her issue is that she is available this week, but not next week. So I really need to get her in on Friday. Mr. Jackson. Dr. Wolf just texted me and said, I presumed you were in court. Give me a call when you're available. The court reporter, I'm getting an interference. Mr. Jackson, I'm so sorry. The court reporter, that's okay. We have been completely transparent that there were text messages as opposed to emails, text messages about scheduling, about other administrative matters. Mr. Brennan is completely free on cross-examination of ARCA to address every one of his speculations, every one of his suspicions, every one of the ghosts that have been created on this topic. He can address them. If he thinks that we're wrong, we're misstating, he's got the opportunity to speak to ARCA and ask those questions. Your Honor, it is improvident to, based upon speculation, preclude the defense from putting in a defense.
I'm not making a conclusion today regarding precluding the defense.
Okay, all right.
All right,
Well,
so I need you to wrap it up because there's something I want to say.
certainly, Your Honor, I'm going to wrap it up in 10 seconds. There are no violations of any discovery.
Veto, 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 veto. There will be no channel in Discord showing what comes out of your nose or any other part of your body. No, no, no. I will 1,000 times get a lessee to say no. 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 I will throw up.
I was going to say, you're going to make her get sick. But Becca, we can always just private message on there.
You guys do that all you want. I don't want to see it. I don't want anybody else to see it. Gross. I mean, I just privately blew my nose into like 10 Kleenexes because I filled them all there. I'm not showing any of you. Wow, I think he's mad because the defense or the state is accusing them of not turning over some evidence and then something about their expert. I don't know. Becca probably knows better. But yeah, no, wow, it's a no. It's a no for me. Gabby's probably like, you don't know how to take down that channel.
I was about to say, Gabby and I are about to get our admin privileges taken away so quickly.
Well, I'd use my mom voice, but it won't come out right now. But
you just have to look at me. I'm like, all
right. Becca Wow asked why Alessi's big mad, and I don't know. Flash fan, knock it off. That won't be a channel either.
With the T word, tit.
No.
Is that it? That's okay. Well, I got a million more to choose from.
I'm going to turn Alessi down just a little bit because he's about to blast my ears out. No. It's begins with a T, ends with an A, and there's only 2 letters in between. And it's gross.
Yeah, I know.
Discovery order, no violations of this court's order. And with regard to the retaining of ARCA, because we're the defense, we acted expeditiously in response to the information we're getting. And this can be tested with ARCA, the statement I'm going to make. To this date, ARCA still has trouble understanding what it is that Aperture did and didn't do, which was the reason for my Dalbert Lanigan motion, but we proceeded nonetheless. Happy to entertain responses to any questions.
All right. No, thank you. All right. So as you all know, I previously wanted to have a seat, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I previously found and believe Mr. Alessi, when he was talking about the rules of professional conduct, did say, I agree, a violation of Rule 14, but not regarding the rules of conduct. At a prior hearing, I found a violation of the defense's reciprocal discovery obligations. It was clear to me, and I found that it was deliberate. This appears to me, contrary to what you've argued, Mr. Alessi, that this is another violation of my order and of the reciprocal discovery violations. We need to figure all of this out before you're allowed to call these witnesses. So I'm going to have a voir dire hearing this Friday. I know we planned on having the view. I need the ARCA witnesses here Friday morning. So we need a voir dire, if you intend to call them, a voir dire on all of this. And I will be sending an order for production of records. I just need to amend it for ARCA to bring all these items with them. So Friday will be for ARCA for a voir dire hearing in the morning. So we'll see you tomorrow for trial, Friday morning for this.
May I inquire briefly for scheduling purposes?
Yes.
In light of the hearing on Friday, will it still be half a day, or are we expected to call witnesses on Friday?
No, it will be, if we could do, Mr. Alessi, how long do you think this voir dire might take?
I don't have an answer for you, Your Honor, right now, because I got to talk to ARCA and I've got to understand what they have and what they don't have. So I think, in fairness, I think it could take some time.
All right. So no witnesses for Friday, and I think we'll give the jury the day.
And will it be a full day on Thursday?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes. All right. So we'll see you then. I will issue an order, hopefully before the close of business today. Jimmy, can you stay and get this out today?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So basically what, Bev wants to know what they have? Is that what this is about? Becca, Baker, whoever? Hey, I can't help it that they're still deliberating and they already took a lunch break. It's ridiculous. They went home yesterday after deliberating for 19 minutes. 19 whole minutes. They were tired. Actually, that's probably not very nice of me to say. But it's annoying. Same Oh yeah, yeah. Day one and all this crap's happening. It's kind of crazy. She wants to find out if they made a secret deal with the defense. See, I don't know. Like, I don't know anything about that stuff. So I'm just like, I don't know. I just don't trust Bev. It is a long time. It's a very long time. Judge hasn't made him get there till what, 10:30 in the morning. He read jury instructions, gave him a lunch break. We did closings, and then he was like, "Go home." And I said, "Okay." And I was like, "Are you kidding me?" And they were not. It is longer than 8 seconds. Unfortunately. Baker. Laughing is not good for me right now. And now we're kind of guessing if the judge is going to let him go home again at 4 o'clock today, which is really just going to tick me off. I really want this. Flash fan, when you said this was going to go on until mid-May, you didn't tell me it was going to be deliberations. I didn't figure there was any way the testimony could go on until mid-May because there just wasn't enough. That's completely up to him, Becca. He's probably all tuckered out, but that's completely up to him. I did watch. Well, I didn't watch all the states opening because he's boring. Yes, Carmen is winning.
I'm just listening.
I bet you he is. He doesn't seem to care. He only seems to care about breaks. Oh my gosh, you should read the comments on X. People are not happy that this jury got to go to lunch after only being there just over an hour today. So I don't know. What did you think about today, Baker? I thought Alan Jackson's opening was awesome.
Not Alan Jackson.
Not that Alan Jackson. All right. Give me a sec.
Wow. I'm going to have the privilege to be on here when old Baker's on here. Dude, dreams do come true.
Oh my gosh. He's like, I'm not coming now.
Yeah, he's like, never mind that weirdo.
Never mind.
Yes, no, wow. The jury is
They
full
have been
of
working
old
on the
diabetic
fiber.
people.
All right, hopefully that worked. I copied it.
They had to go find these people from a nursing home that know nothing about this case. So they got to go give them lunch.
What? My dad texts me. Oh, hummingbirds are here.
Yay. We sent them up your way. They're no longer
What is
here.
chickens? Why does everybody have such... I liked chickens when we had chickens, except for the ones that was mean. And Snowball. R.I.P.
Oh, come on. That's just me.
Oh, that's so funny.
No, it wasn't.
Like,
That was horrible.
you should have the link, Baker. I about called you Flash fan.
So with Snowball, so if you grow up on a farm, the number one rule is don't name them.
Hang on one second. No, he did not want my germs. I called him this morning. He told me to stay away.
I don't know how horrible this will be because I don't have a headset. I should find a
He's
headset.
fine.
You sound fine to me. I can't speak
No,
for everybody else.
I don't care. It's 11 o'clock. Day one, I don't think I understood the opening statement by Hanky Pank because there's 3 things on the phone I will show you. And I think he only said 2 things, but I'm not sure because I got lost. Then it was 38 minutes. I think we spent maybe an hour and 15 because I yelled so much. There were so many misstatements. There was so much, you're going to hear this, you're going to hear that, and she's going to tell you in her own words. And again, it's disjointed, it's out of context, and it's the same thing he's been doing at every hearing. It's just, it's really, really weird. And I don't know why. After a year, he isn't better prepared for this trial. That's kind of weird to see, I think. And Alan Jackson did the opening from the defense, and I really liked him. I think Janetti last year was too subdued. I like the fire. I like that he didn't spend so much time just mentioning names, but still pointed the finger at the Alberts family a lot. But that they would show that John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car, that's the most important part of all of this. So I really like his way of doing it, where I probably would give Janetti a C last year and Lally a C minus, a D. I would say Hanky Panky was worse than Lally was last year. Lally was just reading a ton of names, but it was easier to follow than Brennan, and I liked that they didn't just talk about the third-party culprit defense. They talked about the bad investigation. They threw a lot of shit at Proctor, and I think they did well in opening. And then we had all of that Arca stuff. That was really. I hate Bev. Why is she letting them argue when she already decided that she wanted a voir dire? And that voir dire is to have Arca come in and testify that, yeah, there was 100 text messages between us, but that was, can we have a meeting Wednesday? No, we can't do it Wednesday. Can you do it Thursday? Yeah, that would be better, but Welchik, it just seemed like it was mostly planning and stuff like that. So again, she's losing her mind over nothing, and she keeps claiming they are breaking the rules, but she never ever says anything when Brennan doesn't turn over the stuff he's supposed to do. And they're talking about they have to look at that reply to a report that he didn't turn into them till the 25th, March 25th. So that's less than a month, and they can't even figure out half of the things that's in the report. And these are people who are experts in it. And now she wants them to come in and testify, but she doesn't need him to come in and testify about how he did his report. It's, again, she's so clearly biased, and it's horrendous to see. So
and I didn't watch the first trial. I watched bits and pieces of it. And so I'm not like you have spent a lot of time on this and you know your ins and outs of all of this stuff, and I don't, but even I can see how biased she is. That's,
Yeah.
I mean, it's so bad. It is so blatantly bad. And but I do have to tell you, I thought Alan Jackson absolutely knocked it out of the park today with his opening.
Yeah, and you didn't watch the first trial, so that's probably you're better weather gauge than I am, because I'm highly biased. I know most of the facts. Well, I don't know that most of the facts because hey, the two witnesses again changed their testimony today.
He had that
magic.
paramedic though. He had him backpedaling pretty good. And you're right. I didn't watch the first trial. Alan Jackson I can't stand Lowley's voice, and I can't stand this Brennan's voice, or Brennan, whatever his name is. I cannot stand their voices. So I was having a hard time following the state as it was. And then, but when Alan Jackson came in, he answered a question I had right off the bat: is how's the state going to handle what happened with Proctor? One, they just didn't mention him. How's the defense going to handle Proctor? They're going to put him front and center right in his openings and just put him right there, and that you couldn't get around him. And for me, if I was a juror, I would be sitting there like, what happened in this? That this dude got fired over his investigation of this from this trial.
Do you know
And
the
he,
Karen Rintala case?
yeah, I'm familiar with it. Yes.
Yeah, the first lesbian couple where a partner killed the other, the first legally wedded in Massachusetts where a partner killed a partner. So it was kind of high profile, and it took four trials. She got hung jury, convicted, released, and then she got convicted again. They lost their lead investigator in the middle of that, and they weren't allowed to talk about him. It seems like they are allowed to talk a lot about Proctor in this case, because I think it was a big problem. They had a lot of investigation problem that case as well, where they brought back evidence to the crime scene and left it at the crime scene, which you'd never see. And they had some really shady experts as well. And I'm not sure what county it was in Massachusetts, but it seemed really a lot like this one, and it was it was a horrible case as well. And I think it's just a Massachusetts thing. These DAs are a-holes, and and again, you could tell that. How many times have you met with Brennan? 3 times. Who meets with a witness 3 times? You would. Okay, you're new to the case. You'll meet with him and say, "Hey, okay, at the first trial, you testified and you got caught in saying that he had a puffy jacket on that you cut up, and you were afraid that it would fly all over the place, all the downs in it." Yeah, that was kind of stupid. Yeah, but get ahead of it. But it was clear that he prepped him to say, instead of hearing it 2 times that she said, I hit him, it was 3 times. You have to say it's 3 times. Okay. And then you have that problem. And again, I've been doing jury duty for close to 14 years now. And I don't know if Carmen goes to court with inmates as well, but you have these people. Yeah, and she will know these people who think they are smart enough that they can get around it, that they can fool the prosecutor or the defense attorney. And you could see this guy was really trying to think on his feet, and his feet didn't move fast enough to keep up with Alan Jackson.
Yeah, no, he couldn't. And I'm like, this guy's this, Alan Jackson is leading you down a path where you don't even know where you're going, and there's a big tree in the middle of it you're going to run right into. And he did.
And again, he knows he was a fool the first time. He can go back, watch his own testimony, and see, fuck, they caught me on this and that. I'm not going to mention that again. And if I mention it, I'll say, yeah, it's correct. My memory was a little bit rough, and that entire. Well, I remember it better now than when I talked to Proctor. Did you ever say she prayed over him? No, I didn't. You didn't say that. Let me refresh. I thought they should have emphasized more that he stated that in his police interview. Because that's one of those things where the jury will sit and think, why the hell is he saying something almost 3 years later when he said this 9 days later? That doesn't make sense. And the funny part, I would have brought forward that in that interview with Proctor, he that's the first time he mentions, I hit him. But he also says it's been the talk of the fire station since it happened that someone heard her say, I hit him.
But my question was, so when they were questioning him on it, if I found my husband there somewhere after I dropped him off, would probably be questioned. I hit him, and wondering if I hit him, and I may have said that out loud, not meaning I hit him.
That's what's called an excited utterance. That's normally something you will not really pay attention to, because it's just you're in an emotional state and you'll say something weird. So that will probably be slided under excited utterances. But the funny thing is, none of these. There will be 2 people from the EMTs testifying that they heard. She said, I actually think it's 3 people, and then one who didn't hear it. But it'll be McLaughlin, the friendless friend of Caitlin Albert, who I hardly know her. She's an acquaintance, and then she sits in a hot tub with them. I don't go into many hot tubs with people I don't know.
I don't go to any. Yeah.
No,
Gross.
it's weird. Well, when I'm in Tennessee, the expert, he says it's because we have to save water, so I have to shower with him. But apparently, that's something you do in America.
That
But
is nothing I do in America, but you have fun with that.
maybe that's because they don't have a lot of water in Tennessee.
That might just be a Tennessee thing.
Yeah, but it's nice because how often can you really scrub your back?
Oh my
and then you get that free proctologist exam.
You're gonna make me start coughing.
Well, I have that. Well, I'm looking for that FBI T-shirt because I am a volunteer OBGYN, and I can
Yes.
do a quick breast exam or whatever exam. and he's a volunteer proctologist, so
Oh.
it's a health related thing. We're givers.
Yes, you guys are very, very giving, and sounds
Yeah.
like you're giving to each other, which is very, very nice and weird.
Well, that's friends who sleep together stay together.
Oh. Huh. Maybe that's why
Exactly.
I don't have any friends.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like what the old saying in Alabama: "Family sleeps together, stays together."
Oh, no.
What?
No.
Sorry. No, but and then Carrie Roberts. You are both females. Tell me this.
Okay.
Probably more AJ than Carmen.
Okay.
If your friend called you at 5 a.m, crazy out of her mind, in a snowstorm, and your partner was next to you in bed, would they just turn over and say, oh, go fucking drive around in a snowstorm with your crazy bitch friend? Or would your husband say, okay, I'll put on some clothes and drive you. You're not going out driving in a snowstorm.
Yep. There's no way he would have let me go
There's no
out
way
in that.
you would just say, honey, I'm going to go look for them. It's
Right.
the most stupid story I've ever heard, that Two husbands said, "Yeah, you ladies go frolic in the snowstorm."
Yes. Be safe now. It's only a blizzard. It's okay. Or was it a blizzard? I can't get a handle of how much snow there was there.
Anywhere between 3 inches and 45 meters. It's a rough estimate.
I mean, it's ridiculous. He was either laying on his phone on top of the snow and insulating his phone, which was on the snow, according this morning, right?
Yeah.
Or there is no snow under him.
According to the pictures. And either he's covered by a light dusting of snow or he's covered in a mound of snow.
It doesn't make any sense.
No, it's Schrodinger's snow. It's either there or it's not. It depends on who you ask, because, and you see, I loved his opening statement. The alarm went off and the EMTs felt their hearts skip a beat because they never know what they're going out to.
Oh gosh.
And I'm pretty sure EMTs, my dad was an EMT for 42 years. No, 47 years. My dad, if he was there and an alarm went off, they ran down to the car and they drove. They weren't sitting there looking at the airway bag and thinking, what are we going to find? My dad, whenever he came home, he always told the funny stories about, we have a bridge in our town that's really good for self-deletion. And a lot of people use it. And he would always come back and tell if, someone had landed a little funny and stuff was falling off them and stuff like that. He liked to tell those stories. Or if someone, we also have a train station. So again, good place for people who don't want to do it anymore. And he always told those stories because that's the way they cope with it. They didn't sit and say, and he was looking at the airway bag and checking the equipment because he never knew what you got out to. He probably fentanyl overdoses that day. Well,
right,
he
right.
checked in early, but the rest of them, it's common. You work in a high risk environment.
Yes, sir.
Every time the alarm goes off, you don't know what you're going into, but the alarm goes off, you run.
Yeah, I actually just got in trouble for that because I was on night duty. But I ran all the way from outside, all the way through the gates, across the building, because I didn't know what was going on. An officer there was a backup call, and we got there, and there was about 20 people fighting, and with officers in the middle of it.
Yeah, and it's the same as in the military. It's drilled into you. You don't sit there and think. You can think after when the adrenaline's down, saying, "Oh my God, I'm glad that nothing worse happened." But if the alarm goes, you run. It's a firefighter this guy. Oh, I started dreaming about being a firefighter when I was 13, and and he looks like what's his name, Gordon Hewitt from 10 Things I Hate About You. He looks just like him.
You talking about the paramedic dude?
Yeah.
I thought he looked like a demon. Sorry. I thought his eyes were black.
Well,
maybe I've just been hearing about demons too much.
Yeah, that's because you hang out with Gabby.
Well, and we've been watching Lori Vallow, so.
That's because Gabby is the devil.
Gabby is not the devil.
Mm-hmm. You have to say that contractual obligations, but
yes. Well,
I'm just glad I can't.
No, that guy. It's all good. That guy's like about to explode.
I just know I'll be feeling a sharp pain when she pokes a voodoo doll off me in 5 seconds.
I can't help you.
No, I know you are contractually obliged to not mention her voodoo practices.
She said, "Stay savage, Baker." That's what she said to you.
Yeah, well, I'll try.
Oh, wait. I cannot sense demons. I don't sense demons. That guy just looked like one. Sorry. His eyes were black.
That was funny. I had a case once with a guy who was he was a real piece of work. He was accused of, I think, 8 rapes. Two people he didn't abduct them, but he still, because he kept them in a different country for a week, and he was really fond of doing weird stuff. And they all described him and said, and all of a sudden his eyes turned black. And you think, yeah, that's a movie thing. Then he got angry because he was such a little bitch. He was crying constantly. Oh, they're mean to me. My leg irons are hurting too much. Oh, I want to walk around. And then, because it's Denmark and we're nice people, the judge said, well, why is it, we call it transport irons when you have the foot braces on. And they were like, why is he having it on in court? And the prison warden just stood up and said, because we've been fighting this asshole 5 times since we brought him out of prison this morning on the way down. And you could just see he turned angry, and then you could just see that blackness. It was just, there was nothing there.
Yep.
And
No,
that was a real
that's
thing.
a real thing. Absolutely, it's a real thing. And you hear people say that all the time. Their face just changed, and there's nothing there. Their eyes go black. I'm not saying they're possessed demonically. I'm just saying it happens, and that's just what that guy looked like to me. That his eyes were just, I don't know. He just looked like his eyes just looked black. They looked kind of black and bloodshot. I can't help what he looked like to me, but it may have been just because he was caught.
I've interviewed people before, like when it starts getting heated and they know that, I got you kind of backed into a corner here where it's just a whole different, it's almost like a whole different person that I'm talking to.
Yeah, and kind of like this guy today, you could tell when he figured out that I'm not smart enough to get out of this. He changed as well, because he was like, oh, I'm just such a nice guy, and then fuck, my mouth ran faster than my brain. That's not a good thing.
Well, I think he thought he was ahead of Alan Jackson, and it's like you're not. You're already 20 steps behind him when he asks you his next question, and you just don't know it yet. That's I mean, I don't know. I was enjoying that part of it, but just because it's like, I don't know why I know why they are hammering on this. I hit him so hard, but to me, it is such a small little piece of this puzzle that part's not going to mean anything.
Well, it's going to be very important because they don't have any physical evidence proving she hit him. So they have to have her admitting to doing it. And they're going to say, well, she's so drunk that she did it and she forgot about it. That's probably when they're going to do it. But as Becca Lynn says, why do they got to lie? Just go up there and be neutral. But that's the big problem. You will have a few people who are neutral. You will have, there's a cop who comes in from Dayton. That's where Karen Reed's car was seized. And he says, well, her tail light was cracked. No one in the world will tell what you see. The entire right side of the tail light is missing. No one will describe cracked, and that, especially an officer, a tail light piece missing like that. And he was really bad for them in the first trial, I feel. And you heard it with Carrie Roberts today. She's such a weird. Again, she said, I've been to his house 50 to 1,000 times. What's that?
Yeah, that was odd.
So, who says that? It's
nobody.
Yeah, maybe 50 to 100 times, but 50 to 1,000. There's this rumor that she's a little enamored by, was a little enamored by John, but she kept playing it down how well she knew him. It was just strange.
Yeah, that's strange. I did want to ask you though, because I brought this up, but you were in chat and you didn't we couldn't have a conversation about it. So the boat club crash trial that we're watching, sometime we're going to get through it. There, she crashed into the boat club. You can see it. There's video of it. There's no question that she did that. But they have, I don't remember what the letters stand for, but it's EDR from her vehicle.
Yeah.
And so, and it's really, now I'm not saying this guy isn't maybe making it up on how precise that it is, but they don't have to in this. They have it. You can watch her do it. But he can go down, and because he was talking to if there's an event, then it starts recording 5 seconds before. And so if you swerve, because a deer ran out in front of the road, in front of you, or what have you, but he knows exactly how much, what percentage her gas pedal was down and how fast she was going. He can go from 4 seconds to 3 seconds, all the way down to when she crashes into the building. And he knows what percentage the pedal was down, how fast she was going. And I don't understand why with this going, even though she's going in reverse, if she hit something, her car then would have started recording that. Where's that data at?
Well, this is one of the big contentious point in this case, because you have what's called the keystroke cycles or key cycles.
Yes.
This is when you do something in your car, it'll record your pedal is this much. You heard him say, not at 50%, not at 60%, 75%, because that means what? None of us knows what. It sounds like a lot, but what is it? We don't know. They do have those keystrokes. The problem is when you go and look, because we saw the keystrokes in the first trial, and you count backwards, because you can say, okay, if this is the time she hits him, at that time she's going backwards with her throttle pedal, I believe at 75% open, with a slight 3-degree left turn on her steering wheel. There's a correction to a plus 3-degree, or to a right 3 degrees, so a 6 or 9-degree change in her steering, which is a half a second, and then she goes back to the old position, and they claim that's indicative of when she hits him. But then you go back and you count the keystrokes or the key cycles, and you say, okay, so after she does that, and they stop right after that, the half second after that, where she's continuing at the same speed. The problem is, if she then slams on her brakes, which would also have been a key cycle, then the amount of time it would have taken her car to come to a complete stop with the weight and speed she was going would be 93 feet. She hits John O'Keefe 74 feet from the driveway. So she would either have ended up in the driveway into the other cars, or she would have ended in Brian Higgins' Jeep that's, I think, 50 feet behind her, maybe less. Or she would have had to have such a big steering wheel correction that it would have been magic. You couldn't do it. There's no possible way. Turtle Boy went out trying to gun his car, the same make and model, to 24 miles per hour. You can't even do that because you only have one gear in reverse. It would be screaming like a banshee if she was trying to push a 6,000-pound vehicle in reverse till 24.6 miles per hour. They have these keystrokes, but they don't make sense. And then they will say, well, you can see this and this and this is where it happens. But then you see what's after that. So she must have then put it in drive, gone back to John's house, gone outside, started the car up, gone looking for John, going over to Jen McCabe's house, where she stops the car again. Must have started up again, going back to John's house. They go out looking for him. She goes to the hospital. She comes home. She starts up the car. She goes to her parents' house. There, a tow truck driver will pick the car up, put it on a flatbed. They'll drive it into the garage at the police station. And if you count these keystrokes backwards, there's not enough of them. So when they say this is when she hits him, it doesn't line up with the amount of things that should have happened from the car was seized, counting backwards. So there's a lot of problems. And then they had the EDR or whatever it's called is a part of the system with all the warnings, because they would have been screaming as well inside the car.
Well, yeah, that was my other question, is because my car, if I'm going backwards and it thinks I'm going to hit something, it stops me.
That is also a thing in a Lexus. It's a Toyota, but this is a high-end car. If it detects a possible collision, it'll try and stop you. I was looking at that make and model, and that should have that emergency brake on. So that would have happened, and we don't see that in the keystrokes. But the first time they tried to do a chip off, it's called, where they go in and remove the chip and read the chip, they claimed that the state claimed if they had tried to do it, they would wipe the entire memory of the system, and they couldn't guarantee they could get the data off. And then the defense called Toyota and said, "Is that real?" No, it's not. But they still didn't do it. Yeah. They got some data off of it, and now they claim they have 8 gigabytes of data. And if you listen to the other side, the antis, they will say, "Well, just wait till that get in there." But we have heard no motions from the defense. If it was so terrible for the case, they would have tried to keep it out. So that's I don't see there's a lot of things coming in. They will try and imply that this shows a collision, but again, you're putting 213 pounds on the side of a car. Have you ever met anyone who hit a deer?
Oh, my brother's wife hit a deer in her car. It did $11,000 worth of damage. And she was just down the road from me, so she wasn't going that fast.
That's a whole nother problem. There's no damage to the car that indicates anyone got hit by a car, because they claim he got chipped on the elbow and ruined that rear right corner of the car, but his arm slammed against the tailgate of the car. Why didn't it cross that piece of glass that's right in front of him? Because why does it only take it out, and why doesn't he have a big bruise on his elbow or a shattered elbow? Because an elbow is a pretty strong bone in your body, but you would have an abrasion the size of a football on your arm. There's no injuries consistent with being struck by a car.
No.
But there's so many mistakes in this case, and how it ever got to the trial the first time, I don't know. But when Proctor got fired, they should have dumped everything on him and said, well, we still believe she's guilty, but because of his bad investigation, we can't prove it.
Yep. And I was kind of surprised they didn't do that. And I was kind of surprised they didn't. The charges that they were hung on in the first trial, to me, should be, or the charges they found are not guilty on in the first trial, but they should be out.
Yeah, but you can't get that with bias.
I don't understand that.
Because Bev is
that
biased.
To me is double jeopardy. Yeah. So I don't understand that, but I'm not a lawyer, so I probably can't understand a lot of things. But
well, technically they didn't rule on it because they didn't fill out the paper, but also technically she told them you have to agree on all parts before you can fill out the paper. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. We are where we are.
Yeah.
And you have to go from here, and that's the end of it. But it's just as I said when they said we're going to do it a second time, I said the big problem is the state will never get a better bite at the apple than they had at the first case. They're not going to call that medical examiner. They needed to find a new one because the first medical examiner wouldn't say this was because of an accident.
Yep.
They're going to get a crash reconstructionist instead of Trooper Paul, the guy who never went to the crime scene or looked at the car, who didn't even know where the debris was found at the scene. So they are going to come in now. But the defense now knows everything you have in the books, plus your tactics, plus they have examined most of your witnesses, and they know all the lies they told. And they have a crack team of investigators because they have 8 Harvard not paralegals, but 8 Harvard lawyer students who volunteers for them, who are running through every single piece of evidence, every single testimony. You saw today when he was saying, okay, let's go back. Can we have a page? Yeah, Appendix 8, page 157, line 29 to 32. They have everything. And the problem is that the state just has, well, she said, did you see that little clip they played from the interview? Just in the
I
middle of
did.
nothing.
Yeah,
And
it was weird.
what the fuck was that?
I don't know, because I said this is I hate that she did it, but this is going to be everything is going to be taken out of context and chopped up. So we're just going to get little clips like that. That was odd to me because I'm like, you didn't even ask any questions, and the witness then he called that Carrie, right? Was that who was up there?
Yeah, and Kerry was being called, and then he said, "Oh, by the way, can we play a clip?"
Yeah,
And
it had nothing to do with Carrie. It was
no, and normally you would have someone to introduce the evidence, and but again, the defense didn't object to it. But normally you would have you could have called Gretchen Voss if that's the interviewer and say, "Did you interview her? Yeah. Did you hear her do this testimony? Yes, I did." So she can confirm that it was said. It's a party opponent's statement, so it's allowed in. But again, it's a weird way to introduce it, and there's so many mistakes done, in my opinion, on the first day already from the state. And I can't take his. They are lying to us. You have to make sure that the ARCA guys can't testify. He's so afraid of ARCA because his expert is a shit expert.
right. We
And
watched that hearing. Well, I don't know if you saw it. Like we finished it right before you.
Yeah. We watched that before I ended. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Becca said you were yelling.
Yeah, and but it's so stupid because he's so afraid of them because he knows his expert isn't good enough, and
right.
and he keeps saying, I don't want them out, but I think we need a fair trial. You filed 3 motions where you wanted them thrown off the case. At some point you can't bullshit a bullshit.
Right.
That's my biggest problem. He doesn't want a fair trial, and I don't like that because the state has all the power, the state have all the money. They should be they should have been they should be the one playing with the open book, but instead he's more shady than a lot of defense lawyers.
Yep. No, I agree, and that drives me crazy. I'm like, always just have a clean trial.
Yeah.
That's it. It's not hard. If your evidence
Funny, that's what my ex-wife said.
Sorry about you. They make pills for that. But
yeah, Jamie won't give me any.
Sorry, Carmen. She's choking. Are you okay up there? She's choking on her drink. But yeah, I don't know. I don't understand. If your evidence is so great, just put on your trial and let the defense put on their trial. And I know there's this back and forth of stuff, but sometimes I'm like, why just don't, because you guys tell us how smart the jury is all the time, and they're going to figure all this stuff out. Then they can see through everything that the defense is throwing at them. If your case is so strong, don't worry about it. And I don't understand that. And when they fight on it, when they fight it so hard, then I'm like, what is it that you don't want us to see?
Exactly. And you can say, well, the jury won't see that. No, but let me tell you a secret. I don't trust the jurors doesn't go home and watch this afterwards.
And we were talking about that earlier because I've heard several people say that in the last 24 hours about people going home and checking. Like last night when they sent this freaking jury home after 20 minutes, somebody said, so they could go home and research. I'm like, I hope not. That'll totally turn this thing on its head if they don't know that JJ and Tylee are gone. This is going to be weird. But I don't know. Like, I mean, I wouldn't, but people know that people would be like, you're such a rule follower, and don't think that I would do it anyway. But it would be tempting to ask somebody, like, do you know anything about this?
Again, you had every time they asked, have any of you seen anything about this case? It was 80% who knew the case. So they have heard about it. And it's been the talk of the town. There's an HBO special, there's a Netflix special, there's a lot of things. Clocks, it's stopped, don't know why yet.
Probably
going
freaking
home.
dinner. I will. Baker, you will see me so mad. If that happens,
we didn't.
Me.
We were called to sidebar. Well, they were called to sidebar, and we were sitting there, and we just kept talking because they'll probably come back, and then all of a sudden, we'll be back in 20 minutes. Yeah, thank you. I have to run and make my dinner now. That's nice. That's annoying. Well, I'm gonna jump off while you hopefully get something out of this. And
it does say verdict reached. Well, thanks for coming on.
Well, and next time, Carmen, could you please not speak so much? It's really annoying when you have guests on. Let them talk, please.
So sorry. I'll try harder next time.
She learned from the best. I get crap for that all the time. I don't talk enough, apparently, when I was on your stream or the expert stream. So I'm like, next time nobody's talking but me.
That's that's the way to do it. No, it's just well, it's because Gabby told her if she talks to me, she will also be getting the rebuttal.
I'm gonna get hexed.
Yeah.
Hey,
watch
somebody
out for Gabby.
Somebody already put a hex on my channel. It's okay.
Yeah. But thank you again for coming on.
Yes.
Oh, it's my pleasure when I have the time. I had a guy come in and say, "Hey, send me a link." I was like, "Who? What?" No, first he said, talk to me. I know you read my messages." I was like, I had just been on a rant yelling my mind off because of Bev. And then they went back. He said, send me a link, something about ARCA and NASA. And I was like, what the hell is this guy on about? And I said, yeah, I'll send you a link. It's right. It's coming to you. And then you can go in chat and right click and say, go to channel to see what it was. It was someone with one video 6 years ago about someone dancing square dance or something like that. And I thought, yep, probably not someone I'm going to bring on. And and the funny thing, I just, I'm going to send you a link. I'll get right on it. And then we just kept on talking. He was like, where's my link? I said, I sent it to you. Didn't you get it? What? I said, Valhalla, did you send him the link? I told you to send him the link. And it was just... And then he kept, well, I didn't want to go on Kevin's show. I wanted you to have it first so you can have a juror's perspective. Yeah, that's fine. I'll send you the link as soon as the stream is over. Oh, I thought I could hide from Brandon over here.
Oh no, he was banishing people to my chat earlier today from yours.
Yeah, Gabby. He always comes into my chat and says, Oh, why are you watching this idiot? Go over to AJ.
Yeah.
He's a meanie.
No, I was
think
like,
him and Gabby is working together.
something. I don't know. I have no
You get on
idea.
with your verdict watch, and thanks for having me on. I'm gonna try and
All
get.
right.
I won't get to bed today. I'll get to bed tomorrow because it's almost midnight.
All righty. Well, get some sleep so you don't sound like me.
Very true. All right. Have a good rest of your night.
Bye.
Bye.
All
You
right.
timed out a specific person for 10 seconds. Well, at least it wasn't 30 minutes. Is Ada still here? Did she?
Ada, you want to hop on? I think that's going to be our next guest that we have. Just send her a link.
I'll have to get it. I'm getting it. You guys are twinsies. Flash fan, I will. No. No, Flash fan. No. Sorry, I've got trying to figure out where everything's opening. Ah, that's not where I wanted it to open. Anything else down? You can't see the link to invite people, can you, Carmen?
Nope.
Dang it. Because it's like bogging my system down here. There she is. All right. All right. I've got to get out. All right. That is sent to her. I got to get out of Discord because it's making my computer freak out. That's also what my ex said. I don't know either, but Becca. Guess I better unmute over here. Why can't it be not guilty? Because Lori's a horrible person.
Yeah.
Anything else? Any other questions there, Brandon? Oh, she's live on her channel right now. Okay. Sorry.
I didn't know she. Oh yeah, she's doing a verdict watch too.
Death by green chili chicken enchiladas. I do not hate women. Covered a lot of guilty ones, but I think Karen Reed is innocent. Don't I'm not a woman hater. But Lori's a horrible person. Sorry. And you're definitely not.
Nope. Sure not.
Oh my gosh. It's just so darn cute. Look, we've got like, what, is Becca the good angel and then Gabby's the devil?
Yeah, I was just looking at that on the screen. That's the your guardian angel on his shoulder, and the devil over here speaking.
Gabby is innocent. Gabby, is that true? Are you innocent? Gabby had to translate for me earlier from the trial because Bev said, I thought she was saying, can I mock it? Like mock it, make fun of it, M-O-C-K. But then I realized she was saying mark, M-A-R-K. Gabby's like, I'll translate for you. She said mark it. I'm like, what? Can I mock it? Mock it? She was going to mock it. Hey, Shy, what are you doing? What's that degree in without reading it, Spawn?
That would be yours.
That
That
one
would
without
be
reading it, the
your-
one you turned around and pointed at.
You can't see it. You can't see what it says, but that would be her bachelor's degree hanging up there. And then soon we'll have your master's up there. And then soon we'll have your PhD up there.
And then soon, Carmen's already tried to get you on some channels to come talk about your career.
Yep.
Because it comes up in, not your career doesn't come up in chat. Things about your career comes up in chat.
What
I
you
don't
do,
know
what
what
it's about.
I don't I don't know what the tat deuce means. Well, I feel bad about it because
Lightning.
Thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening.
I know what your degree is, but you just explain it better, obviously, because you're the one getting a degree in it. And it's very interesting, and I get a lot of questions about it, and it's just easier for you to explain what it is than for me to explain what it is.
Sorry, Becca and I are singing Galileo, Galileo,
No, you're fine.
Galileo Figaro. I can't sing anymore because I'll, whoops, sorry, get a copyright strike. I did not look up what the dat deuce means. I don't know Latin, so please don't strike me down. It's not my fault. Is that Latin? Or is that?
I don't know. Oh, Gabby, don't call her a counselor. Oh,
Oh, no, no, no.
You're gonna get beat up.
Whew. Oh, whoops, I missed one. I'm just a poor boy. Nobody loves me or likes me. Most of the stuff coming up on this channel seems like something you don't get a degree in. It's most brown eye expertise we need. And that is why Spawn's handler is here, because she doesn't have an expertise in brown eye, but
she does have an expertise in other things.
It's pretty close. There's some areas. They called me one day and asked me if I would help Cheyenne with some stuff for her schooling, and I asked if that meant I had to be tied up. Or if I was going to look like the Cornish game hens that she posts every year at Thanksgiving that are bound, ready to go into the oven.
She'll be a marriage and family therapist in December. She'll finish her master's degree in that officially, but that's not the fun one I'm talking about. I'm talking about then she will move on to her PhD to be a clinical sexologist.
And that's how come my channel is the way it is, Baker.
Yep. Imagine what I do. You got this, and then I live with her, and my life is very fun.
And I'm just over here walking in through the outdoor at Menards, which is a home improvement store. And yes, Becca, that is the only rule that I break. It says verdict reached, and we're only on a 5-minute delay. What is the holdup?
I got to get everybody in from the nursing home. Wheel them in.
They're here.
Make sure everybody's blood pressure or blood
Hey,
sugar's right.
y'all.
What's up?
Y'all.
Hey, just so you know, I've got your live and my live at the same time going.
Sweet.
Okay.
So,
well, I can't promise you my live's chat. So,
I'm sorry.
Well, does she think that Sarah Boone? We're having a conversation over here. Shy.
We're talking
Baker
about
wants to know
sexology.
if you think Sarah Boone messed up some foreplay.
What?
So, when I was telling you that my partner is going to school to be a like get her PhD in clinical sexology. That's what we're talking about right now. And it took a turn.
I think so. Okay. I wish. Okay, guys, let me tell my group. My guys,
Sorry.
I'm over here on well, alternate juror, and they just asked me if Sarah Boone what?
No,
I
Baker
don't.
was asked. No, we're asking Cheyenne. Baker asked Cheyenne if Sarah Boone messed up some foreplay. So
Oh, if Sarah Boone messed up some foreplay. Oh my God.
I don't think she knows.
Well, wait a minute. Monica Simitilli and Baker, not the other Baker, were in the holding cells of the courthouse, and they have the bottom of the door is cracked. They were laying there with their eye through the door, looking at each other.
Ew.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not kidding. And they brought it out in court that they were self-pleasuring in the middle of this big room with these cells, and they were getting it on while they were waiting to be arraigned. I'm sorry.
I mean,
not
I guess
rained.
the urge. No, they made it rain, all right.
Cheyenne. Sarah Boone.
I wish y'all could hear this, guys.
Her boyfriend up in a suitcase, and then said, and he didn't live because she never let him out. And then she said it was not intentional.
I covered that entire trial, and that woman is one of the most craziest things I've ever seen on this earth. And I worked at the state hospital for the forensically insane, incompetent to withstand trial, schizophrenic, schizoaffectives who were diagnosed with dementia and Alzheimer's. You can't get crazier than that.
Hey, little one, welcome back. I told you that isn't always my channel. I told you.
I just wanted to hop in and say hello and thank you for the invite. I miss
You're
you
welcome.
guys so much. We got to do something.
Are you coming up here on the 29th?
I would love to come up there on the 29th. I'm not sure yet.
Okay, I work that day.
My
but
mother
just
has
let me
not
know.
confirmed it. Huh?
I work that day till 7, but just let me know.
I will. We're going to come up there soon. If my mother's pushing 80, and I don't know what all she is doing, but she's not confirmed it yet. So as soon as it's confirmed, or if it's another day, I'll let you know. I want to go have dinner. I want to meet your wife. I want to see you. I got a gift for you. I'm waiting to hand deliver your mug, your tumbler. It's green. It's close to your green as I can get in a Starbucks tumbler.
I appreciate it. Yeah, just let me
But
know.
y'all
And
haven't
we'll go have dinner sometime.
Have you seen my bling bling?
There you go.
Nice.
Solo cup for Karen Reed.
Fancy.
And I got these that I'm making earrings. Bling bling. We got to have fun, guys.
We have to do something.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to say farewell for the moment. Y'all are amazing. I miss you. I watch you all the time. I do watch you. I am lurking.
I'm always lurking.
Yeah. I lost my wrench. No.
A lot of people did. It's nothing personal.
Yeah.
I just had way too many out.
No, actually, I'm perfectly fine with it. I was there when you needed, and I'm very happy. But I'm always here, whether I have a wrench or not. I'm here for you guys.
Yep.
Support you guys completely. Love you guys. And may you be blessed. And I will see you spawn of AJ sometime in the near future.
Absolutely. Yes.
I wish you could be there.
I know. One of these days I'll get down there.
Well, let us know when you're coming down there, and maybe I can make a trip up there.
Yeah, she's coming up here in a couple of months. So.
Ooh, okay. All right. Well, I got to hop on back over to mine. Thank you so much. Love you guys. Stay safe, and let's see how this one ends up.
Yeah.
If they ever get them there.
Yeah, no joke.
Okay.
Gotta get her first.
Bye, guys.
See ya.
See.
What did Shia say?
What did I had to go back to that too. even at the boyfriend, and he did supposedly consented to being locked in the suitcase because they were playing hide and seek, because that's adults play that. They'd been drinking. I know that shocks you. But then he was asking, there's video. I have it. I have the video of him that she took of him begging her to let him out of the suitcase and telling her, I can't breathe. And her saying, this is for all times you choked me. This is for all the things you've done to me. This is for everything. And she didn't let him out and may have thrown him down the stairs also and hit him with the baseball bat.
Yeah, I thought I showed her the recording. Maybe I didn't.
Yeah, that's the one at the end where she says, shh, and it's so bad. So bad. What are y'all going down the list?
Yep, sure are. It's the end of the
Better
month.
not be
We got to
in
get these people on.
I have a quota. I'm just still trying to make sure I'm live.
Oh, you are. I got 4 screens up. Mm-hmm.
Is that talking I hear on your end?
Oh, no.
Sounds
Shannon and I are playing
sounds like
hide and
someone.
seek right now.
Oh, she really is cray. Yeah. So you and Cheyenne are playing hide and seek. Sounds like someone needs a lesson in safe words. Well, Cheyenne can give them to you.
I was going to say she could tell you all about it, all the consent forms, how to book one out, how to make one, what each and everything means. Aw. I was sitting here because 30 hit me a little hard. And when I went to that backup call the other day, I hurt my back. But, oh, she has class. That's why I'm getting kicked out.
Well, I'm hoping they said a 5-minute delay, and we've been sitting here for like ever. This is a long stream today. But I did not expect it.
Almost 5 hours.
Yeah, I'm taking a dinner break. They better not be taking a freaking dinner break. I have not had anything. Not had lunch or dinner, and I'm starving, and my stomach's growling, and I'm trying to drink my ginger ale because the only thing that sounds good to keep my stomach from growling. Here we go.
Here we go.
Just kidding. Flashman, you're always the voice of reason. You're like, calm down.
Gosh, AJ, calm it down.
He's like, I can't wait until I can start calling you things again. They have worked.
Oh, yeah, he lost a bet,
a whole hour. I know. He did.
He didn't lose it. He lost it.
Safe words are great until you have a gag in your mouth. 6:30. It's only 6:13.
Here's the thing with me and Shine. I'm a very private person. I just keep to myself. Shine is just an open book.
She'll just tell you how it is.
Yep, she'll just tell you how it is. Yep.
Because then you always know.
Yep.
You know where you stand.
I mean, I can't ever say, I didn't know.
If you're being dumb, she'll tell you.
Yep. Which is also nice because it makes it where you don't argue. You just
buffered for a second.
I said it makes it where there's really not any art.
I can't ever say, and then you like.
Yeah, exactly, I can't because I got to gag in my mouth.
Jolie.
Stop teasing us. Yeah. Cheyenne's like, I can't understand your safe word.
What'd you say?
It's not me. I know you mean that as a compliment, Flashman, but today it's not me right now. Do you hear your dog barking, Carmen?
Yeah, she's like, let's get on with this court.
Well, it's because they're stuck out. I always have when your dad is going to come home and I'm streaming, I always shut the door because I
So
know he's
she's
going to come up the stairs. So I can hear them. They've been fed because he came home and fed them, but it is stampede of her and Hank up and down the stairs constantly, like to see if the door has opened.
yeah, she's a little crackhead.
You don't know. I don't know what you're trying to say. You're trying to say the courtroom has a tech genius that's not a tech genius, unlike myself, who is a tech genius. Yes, compliment. Let's go with it. Good job. And Carmen is like, and Shy's like, what? I can't hear you. I don't know what you just said. I feel like I should be like singing Kid Rock right there, which I can't do. So,
Oh my gosh. I don't even know if anybody knows what that is, Cheyenne. But if you do, good for you.
what?
Edging.
Do what?
She said the courtroom is edging all of us right now, but I know the way she's meaning. Edging is getting somebody up to that point where they have their moment and then, but not letting them quite get there.
I know it was because of the gag. I was reading it but I can't read what Carmen would say because I would have to sing Kid Rock. Gabby. Seriously? No. Flash fan, not funny. I will throw an orange and it will not be peeled and sectioned. Just FYI. Dang it. I was trying to get to that one. It better not be a cliff. Drive this car right off of it. We'll Thelma and Louise this whole trial right here, right now.
Guess if we're going to go, we're going to go together.
That's right. Hold hands.
Mm-hmm.
My goodness.
You know, I've never finished
13
that
more
movie.
minutes. 13 minutes?
The Thelma and Louise, I've seen it so many times, but I've never.
Oh.
I get up to the bar scene and then I stop watching.
You can't peel section corn.
Do you want to hear? Actually, Gabby, do you want to hear how spoiled I am?
You peel corn. You can husk corn.
I have Cheyenne. Whenever she cooks corn, I have her take a knife and cut it off the cob so I can.
Oh gosh. You're a child. I'm not keeping up with the conversation. Sorry. Well, I told you earlier, it's not always like that.
We are a good Christian channel.
Wait till you watch a Friday stream go completely off the rails. I am not responsible for what happens on Fridays, but I don't stream on Fridays anymore, so that's why I'm not responsible for what happens on Thursdays now, I guess.
No, Gabby, I do not eat corn the long way.
Oh,
I don't
Lord,
like
Gabby.
eating it off the cob. I just don't. It gets like stuck in your teeth.
Carmen, you're setting. Gabby is just like setting them up.
Oh,
and
I know. She's
you're just like lobbing her. And
I know. She's
dying
here's the door
right now.
And I'm walking right through it.
She's like, this is after 5 Gabby's here.
Yeah.
Because it's after 6. After 5 Gabby is a whole different vibe than before 5 Gabby. And it's
before 5
wonderful.
Gabby, we're all professional. After 5 Gabby, we get
all
the
bets
real
are
one.
off. All bets are off.
I said, so this morning, I was in the bathroom and I had the drawer open on the sink and I like I think I moved my hair up and I put my hand down and I hit right across the very tip of my fingers, right on the edge of the counter. I said a lot of bad words, and it was right where like I got like the blood blisters all across.
Owie.
Oh, it hurts so bad.
Flash fan. I may not live up to I may not live up to your standards, but I try. Dang it. Actually, I watch out for you more than you know, Flash fan.
Speaking of
Cool.
church, this is actually going to take a different turn. I know you guys don't know this person, but her name is Officer Mathis. She actually I work with her. She's a super, super nice woman. She is, we call her my black mama from Texas. And her mother actually just passed away. So if you guys
Oh.
keep her in your thoughts and your prayers, I'd appreciate it.
Not that it makes it any better or worse, but expected or unexpected.
She had level 4 cancer, cervical cancer, and her body wasn't able to do the treatment. So
yeah,
but she was actually getting a little better, and then it was almost like Mathis knew. She said she's like, she was at work and she's like, I need to leave. I don't know why I need to leave, but I need to leave. And it was shortly after that she had passed away.
Yeah, it sucks.
But, yeah. So I think I'm gonna at least go pay my respects on Saturday. And actually I will not, because I will be in Galveston. Probably send her some flowers.
As I say, send flowers.
Yeah.
Who did you say it was? I missed the first name. Or the not first name.
Yeah. Officer Mathis.
Mathis.
Yeah, she's super, super cool person. She's one of my favorites.
No, Flash fan. I would never. I watch out for you.
Gabby, I'm gonna have you throw this up in the chat, just if anybody wants to. It's actually so because this was expected and unexpected. They do have a actually, I'm gonna get up in just a second. They do have a GoFundMe to try to get these expenses covered. So I'm gonna post that in the chat. It would mean a lot if you guys got anything to give, because I know that she's struggling right now. I couldn't imagine losing my mom.
Nope, it sucks. I can tell you.
Yeah, I'm never ever looking forward to that day.
I'll tell you from experience, it sucks even when you know it's coming. Flashman, how does it feel to be messed with? I've just got you over there just thinking and thinking and thinking. And there's nothing to think about, Flashman. Anywho, hello, Kelly. Tomorrow's a big day. You're going to Charleston, South Carolina for your son's baby shower. Look at you. Good job, Kelly. Like, seriously. Are you driving or flying, if you don't mind me asking? Well, little one, I hit 5 years in January 30th, and so I know you're still in the new part of it. I can tell you. It does get easier, but life's always just different. It's a new normal. That's what I always tell everybody. You guys, Flashman, it's almost up. It's almost time. You want to hear my toast for when you have a drink? Sure, Gabby. Good, Kelly. I'm glad. Because I'm glad that that's working so that you can get back to life and do all the stuff you want to do. And good for you for just continuing to do it. It's the groundhog. We'll stop, Flashman. It's the Lori Vallow groundhog. You're gonna lose your seat, Carmen.
Yeah, no.
Nice. I used to play that and then I forgot. You sound like Dill. That's what she says too in her toast at like what the freaking heck? Not a bridal shower. Bachelorette party. Yeah, you can't type the real word. Sorry. Ugh. You know how your like colds always get worse at night? It's ridiculous. It's like, hey, it's getting dark and you'd like to lay down and rest. No, not today. Not today. Or yesterday or the day before the day before. I have to get some rest. I have Mad Dog coming over at about 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. She's going to come spend a few hours with me. And I can hold her this time. I didn't hold her on Easter, and she kept looking at me like, why are you not holding me? And it made me feel horrible. I think she was working on it, but she had to leave. She had to leave her spot, so I think she's moving. All right, Gabby, from Becca. Here's to you, here's to me. Best of friends will always be. And if we should ever disagree, then F you and here's to me. I don't know that I'll be able to stream tomorrow, Flashman. I was going to try to get a couple hours of the boat club crashing tomorrow, but I'm not sure if I will be able to. Madison's only going to be here for a few hours in the morning. And I have dinner with my dad tomorrow if he lets me go. And so I don't know. It might be Thursday. I don't know yet. And you're just thinking it's going to be over. Because I don't know what's going to happen. The judge said yesterday, if she's found guilty, the state's going for the aggravators. And is this not like aggravating enough as it is? We need more aggravators? Did you know Easter bunnies don't lay eggs? I know, it's so sad. Well, tomorrow's Wednesday. So what's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Wednesday. I don't know yet, Gabby. Yes, she is an aggravator. Not Gabby, Lori.
No, Gabby is an aggravator too.
Vacation far away. You're welcome. Come on, come on, come on. Is that how you said that, Kelly? Karen Reed, probably for tomorrow, Friday. No, there's a verdict. It says there's a verdict right now. It should be coming up. Judges entered. All right. Cricket, let's go. I said she wasn't an aggravator. Flash fan. Come on, man. No. Wouldn't that be something? But no. Yes, it was just a joke. Verdict reached. Just kidding. Flashman, that's why I didn't believe that they went home last night when you said that. Little one, I'm telling you, if that happens, I will be very angry. That's what Lori's thinking. I need dinner. I eat like 2 hours ago. I eat early. And I'm starving because I did not think this was going to take this long. And I guess really all in all, what did they deliberate? 3 hours? Just over 3 hours? 4 hours? Yes, that was. Can I go get medication out of my car? I'm like, well, they probably need to. I did not. I didn't. You are lying. Flash fan, I'm not going to watch out for you anymore. I would. I don't know. Because according to Flash fan, this was scheduled until mid-May, which I was like, I'm not doing that then if it's going to go till mid-May. And then when we started watching it, like, there's no way this is going till mid-May. But that other one's still not scheduled, so I don't know. Yes, they only deliberated for 1 hour. The rest was breaks. That's right. Tell him. You tell him, Gabby. Flashman's embarrassed to bring us to prom. He's not here. And I didn't bring it upstairs with me because I didn't think I would need it. Oh, May 30th. Dang. No, they're not gone again. We're just waiting for them to come in. Here we go.
Where's the state?
Do you see the judge's face? Where's the state? He's not happy. He's not happy. Did you see his face? Maybe the state's talking to Ned. I don't know. There's a 5-minute delay. There's no state. What the judge said, where's the state? And then he just, I am mocking it. State must be there now. Well, there's Lori. Then he said, where's the state? And somebody said something, and he was like, yeah, that was definitely.
Parties are present. The jury's not present. We were informed about 45 minutes ago that the jury has reached a verdict. In the event that the verdict is not guilty, this trial will conclude. In the event that there's a guilty verdict, we need to move on to an aggravation phase immediately after the reading of that verdict. I've given the parties proposed aggravating circumstances, instructions, and proposed verdict form. The state and the defense both have a chance to review those.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are there any additions or corrections from the state?
No, Your Honor.
How about from the defense? The defense did email my staff requesting an additional paragraph. The defendant is not required to testify or produce evidence of any kind. The defendant's decision not to testify or produce evidence is not evidence of any aggravating factor, which I did include in the bottom third of page 3. Given that, are there any additions or corrections?
No, Your Honor.
Are either the state or the defense requesting any other additional instructions?
No, Your Honor.
If there's an aggravation phase, does the state plan on introducing any testimony or exhibits?
Testimony, I believe, likely from 2 family members, we will limit it. I don't plan on doing openings, just presenting testimony and then argument.
All right. Would the defense anticipate presenting any evidence?
Your Honor, can we just stipulate to that? I mean, the statute says there's only one punishment for this crime. What is this? Why is there an aggravation phase for this specific count?
Much like the guilty verdict, the jury in Arizona has to find whether or not there's any aggravating circumstances. In addition, the jury would still need to find that if it's a guilty verdict, whether or not it's a dangerous offense. Until it's found as a dangerous offense, that sentence that you're talking about wouldn't be triggered. So I think we need to have an aggravation phase regardless. So would you plan on presenting any testimony or evidence in the aggravation phase if there is an aggravation phase?
No, but could I just stipulate to it or not? That's my question.
You can stipulate to aggravation and you can stipulate to whether or not it's a dangerous offense, but I think you should probably wait until we read the verdict to do that. So I guess it will, depending on what the verdict is, we may take another break. If there is an aggravation phase, are your witnesses here yet?
No, they are not here yet, Your Honor. The next of kin are, from my understanding, about 5 minutes out.
All right. Verdict, please let me know when we're ready to come out.
Yes, thank you.
Anna says she's 10 minutes away, but she's.
We've just been sitting here waiting. Hey, I liked her question. Can we not just stipulate it? You can't give me anything anyway. I'm going to have to go serve my 2 life sentences over here before I can even come here and do anything. Baker, you can't fix her.
Baker, I'll give you a green card.
Don't take it. It might be stolen. Hey, but... Oh, she wasn't in that one. I was going to say it could be she could have more than one, but I guess they don't ever have more than one husband. Oh my. Baker, yesterday I could kind of do that, but today not so much.
Oh my.
Giggity. I can't. Giggity. Oh, I can't do it anymore. But yesterday I was, maybe I can get down there. Oh my. That's as close as it's going to get. If there was a pull, you would pull for the shocker.
Oh my gosh, that so freaking hurts. She deserves it. If Cheyenne was here, she'd be like, shocker this, shocker that, this.
It would be how many husbands. See, but I don't, does that work in reverse? She needs a little tube law while we wait. Hey, I didn't mind the question because if he would have said yes, I would have been all for it. Oh, goodness gracious. Gonna have to mute for a second. I was hoping she was going to say her witnesses were more than 5 minutes out. So that way, then maybe he would go ahead and say, okay, we'll just do, he's the judge of breaks. So, he could be like, let's break for today because it's almost 4 o'clock out there. Let's break for today. And then do it tomorrow. What computer voice? Oh, an Amber Alert. Yes. Yes, more deliberation. But at least there's hope because she's not giving an opening. So that means there's an hour of time cut off of that part.
I think she's just trying to make it where she's trying to prolong her having to go back into her cell.
Trying to figure out.
Gabriella, look at your text message. I had a question for you.
All right, looks like Dad's still mowing. I'm not muted.
I'm muted?
You're not muted. Are you muted?
Sounds like you're muted, Gabby. Flashman put you in timeout?
Yeah, I have a feeling she's still going to have to hear those. You can't. She's higher than you? I don't know what that means. You're starting to think you're in the middle of who's on first, but with who's muted. I'm not muted. She's higher than you? Oh. Wouldn't that be funny if Lori argued for ineffective of counsel?
Oh, I get what he's saying. I know what Flashman's saying.
I got it now. And she won't be able to be sassy back to the victims' families. All right, I'll send that.
Thank you, thank you.
I wonder. Oh, Hank. Not to be confused with Brennan. And my Hank is nice.
Oh, you asked me earlier if I had the ability to share referral. Yeah, I knew. Oops.
All right, that's sent. Go back to you. Oh, sorry. Yes, our aggravation should be a factor. Lori does think she's super special. you would wait until next season to watch Yellow Jackets? Is it bad this year? Oh, I'm gonna watch it. Like, because it takes them like 2 years between seasons. This one's got to be about over if it's not. Sorry. No one had an EpiPen. Dang it. Darn Yellow Jackets and no EpiPens. Oh my gosh. I think I'm going to text your dad and see if he like, can we just have sandwiches? I don't really feel like fixing a meal now. Flashman wants fish. They're at, here we go. Where's she at? I was like, where is she? Well, I don't really want to cook. I know it's like 7 is not late for a lot of you, but I don't cook. I don't want to eat a big, we're supposed to have spaghetti, and I don't want that sitting on my stomach that late.
Spaghetti.
I know.
Or as Cheyenne calls it, because she said I eat like a child, cheesy noodles. She's like, that's not spaghetti.
Because you put cheese on it?
I take like Velveeta cheese and I melt it on the noodles. I don't put any tomato sauce on it.
Well, that's how you ate it growing up as a child.
Yep, and I never got away from it.
Your dad puts cheese on it and then sauce, and then he puts more Parmesan cheese. I'm like, do you want that to stay with you for like the next 6 years? I don't know, because I thought they were just bringing in the freaking jury. All right, you two talks amongst yourself in the chat. I'm going to send this text message real quick.
All right, hello, Governor.
Oh, hello, Governor.
It's better than what I did last time. Sup, ho bag?
Sup, ho bag?
Oh, I'm surprised that. Huh?
Wisconsin.
In Wisconsin. I'm surprised that this took as long as what it did, I guess.
Hello, Governor. Yeah. I think what happened was they deliberated for like an hour or so, and then they had dinner.
Probably. That link I was gonna send you, so they don't have one because she's like, you can just bring, if they want a donut, you can just bring it to me on Tuesday. I said that's gonna be a little hard because if anybody, I said there's people from all over the world on this channel. That's gonna be a little difficult. So I will figure something out.
All right. Yeah, I know. What are they, 3 hours behind us?
Arizona?
Yeah.
Us.
Yeah.
They are 2 hours, Carmen. Yep. But they always go home at 4, Becca.
They had something, Flash Man. Wisconsin. Yeah, I'm saying Wisconsin like a person from Boston. Not like a person from Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Did you work today, Carmen?
Hell no. Or heck no. Sorry, I forgot you're still here. It's your channel. No, I had a doctor's appointment earlier. to get taken off of light duty.
Oh, gotcha.
He was like, "Are you sure you're ready?" I was like, if you don't do this, I'm gonna forge the document and do it myself. Like, I'm so bored. And it's so yeah. But luckily it happened. So no, I don't work today, don't work tomorrow, and then work the next 2 days after that, and then I'll be at the beach all weekend. Or not all weekend, I'll be at the beach one day. But I'm looking forward to it. That was yeah, Cheyenne asked me what I wanted to do, and I said I want to go to the beach. So that's my birthday present from her. On top of everything else she surprised me with.
Yeah, that was nice.
Oh, I cried like a little baby.
Becca, get up and make yourself some dang dinner. Hey, Bri Bear.
What's up, Bri Bear? Where'd my mom go?
I don't know. She said to send a text, but seems sus.
Yeah, are you getting on a horse and buggy and
maybe she was sending a carrier pigeon?
Just sorry, like the image of that popped in my head of her just opening the window, be like,
"Oh, I see the door! I see the door opening." Here we go.
All right, back on the record. State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2021-001-704. The parties are present. I'm going to have my staff go ahead and line up the jury to wait in the hallway for a minute.
What the heck? Who are these all his staff?
Hello, Bri. Like, where's the jury been?
They've been on holiday.
They've been snapping freaking binders is what they've been doing.
Basically.
Well, you can't bring a jury in until every single person in the courtroom that is supposed to be there is seated.
Judge, you should have did the half-hour delay. You should have never just got it back down to 5 minutes. I don't know, but I want some.
Maybe
food.
eating like Wagyu beef or something.
Take it. Patience. No.
Nah,
it's
keep
over.
that.
It's over. The patience is gone, and I'm a pretty dang patient person. Darn it.
Tallest to short.
And they're like, well, her and I are about the same size, but if I take my shoes off, then I'm a little shorter. How do we do that? Because I can't walk in barefoot.
Yeah, Flash fan, what Becca said. Oh, man.
Shoes on. Well, I guess we're walking in side by side then.
Whoa.
What's
someone fall?
going on? Did somebody fall down?
All right, the jury is present. Please be seated. Do we have a foreperson?
Judge is like, it's fine, just pick them up.
Who's the foreperson? Yes. Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, we have.
I'm going to ask you to hand that to my courtroom assistant.
Whoa! Guy just parked his horse and buggy outside the room.
Oh. Bailiff just picked him up and was like, you're good.
Record the verdict.
Yeah.
In the Superior Court of the State of Arizona and for the County of Maricopa. State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell. CR 2021-001704-001. Verdict count 1. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action, upon our oaths, do find the defendant, Lori Daybell, as to the crime of count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder occurring on or about July 11, 2019, guilty. Signed, foreperson. Is this your true verdict? So say you one and all.
Yes.
Yes.
On the court's own motion, I'll go ahead and ask the clerk to poll the jury.
Oh,
Juror
why?
number 1, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 2, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 7, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 8, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 9, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 10, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 11, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 12, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 13, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 15, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 16, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to ask the jury to retire to the jury room for just about 2 minutes. I need to discuss something with the parties before we determine whether you're done or not. So the admonition still applies.
How could they
Please go to the jury room for a few minutes.
All right, for the jury.
Yeah. Exactly, Becca.
Here's the sad part. They were reading all that big long preamble and I missed the guilty word. I was like, what did they find her?
All right, please be seated. The
zoned
jury
out.
is no longer present. I'll ask the defendant, you indicated earlier perhaps a willingness to stipulate to aggravating factors. Is that something you want to do, or do we want to go through this aggravation phase?
I'm willing to stipulate to it, Your Honor. All that it is the dangerous phase. Is that correct? There's only one statute there's only one sentence.
Well, the jury would need to find, first of all, whether or not this is a dangerous offense first. Secondly, whether the offense caused physical, emotional, or financial harm to the victim, or if the victim died as a result of the conduct of the defendant caused emotional or financial harm to the victim's immediate family. And then thirdly, the offense involved the presence of an accomplice. If you're willing to stipulate to all three of those, we can do that. If not, we'll bring the jury back in.
I'll stipulate to it, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right. You understand that if you stipulate to this instead of a jury finding, well, let me back up. You understand the jury would have to find these aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
All right. And do you understand that if you stipulate to these factors instead of a jury doing it, I could also find additional aggravating factors at sentencing?
Sure.
Has anyone forced you or threatened you in any way to get you to stipulate to these factors?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything to get you to stipulate to these factors?
No.
Have you had any drugs, alcohol, or medication in the last 24 hours?
No.
Do you agree that pursuant to the jury's verdict of guilt, that this would be a dangerous offense because a deadly weapon or dangerous instrument was used?
I'm stipulating to it.
You agree that that's what that this is a dangerous offense? And you're further stipulating that as a result of your conduct, at least the victim or the victim's family suffered emotional or financial harm?
Absolutely.
And you're also further agreeing that the offense involved the presence of an accomplice?
Yes.
Is the state satisfied with the colloquy?
Yes, Your Honor, it appears it's no involuntary. Made.
All right, the court does find that the stipulation to those three factors was knowingly, intelligently, voluntarily made. I will accept the defendant's stipulation. At this time, I'm going to bring in the jury and release them from the admonition. Before we do that, well, as my staff's lining up the jury, do you want to have a sentencing date within approximately 30 days, or do you want to wait until after the next trial to be sentenced on this matter?
Just wait.
What does the court prefer?
It doesn't matter to me. Maybe you want to talk to your attorneys or advisory council about that. We don't have to do it right now. You can do it in a few minutes.
Just wait. You get a BOGO with the next. I'd say she waits. Just
What's
wait.
that? A
It's
BOGO?
good.
Buy one, get one sentence?
Buy one. Yeah, buy one,
Yeah,
get one
exactly.
sentence.
Buy
Buy one,
get
get one sentence?
It's a buy one, get one sentence. She's already got 3. That's good.
A couple more
Oh,
ain't
no,
gonna hurt her.
I mean, sorry. She got 3 already?
Yeah, she
That's what
did
Ada
2 and got
said.
1 for free.
She's got 3 life
Oh.
without parole right now. But she
Where?
has to
Like
serve
in,
first. Idaho.
so
I
she's
didn't
serving
say
in
that
Idaho
about
right
myself.
now?
Yes.
So then if she was found guilty here, so now if they sentence her here, she has to be transferred to Arizona to serve the next sentence?
Well, she's not going to because, and just as Becca pointed out, sorry, 3 consecutive life sentences. So she's going to have to live out this life. And we know she's lived many, many, many lives.
Well, I
Live
mean,
out the
she
next
is
life,
Nephi.
and live out the next life, and then live out whatever else she gets. I don't think so.
Please be
Not
seated.
that I
The
think
jury
it'll.
is present
Now
again.
I'm saying this. Never mind.
Members of the jury, you are now released from the admonition. This concludes your jury service. I want to thank you for your jury service in this matter and your attention in this matter. The admonition is lifted, meaning you can talk to anyone about any aspect of this case that you want to at this point, but you also have the right to not talk to anyone about any aspect about this case. I just need to take care of a few more matters, but if you want to wait for me in the jury room, I'd like to thank you personally. And then you can be on your way. If you don't want to wait for me, that's fine as well. But you are released to go at this time. All right, thank you.
And they got out at 4 o'clock. They got out at 4 o'clock. Look at them staying on schedule.
The jury's like,
Good
yeah, it
job.
was easy peasy. We just basically had breaks the whole time.
Yeah, this is the best judge ever. Like, can we meet you for dinner, Judge? Because if we can't, then I don't know if we can wait around. Flashman, I did not increase the volume of any more than I've had it this whole entire trial. So I think the judge
All right,
increased.
please be seated.
I can turn it down.
Do you
Just
want to talk to your advisory councils briefly to discuss whether or not you want to proceed to sentencing or wait until after the next trial?
If we could just wait till after the next trial, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'll hold off on ordering a pre-sentence report until we resolve the next remaining case. I've already set the dates and we have a status conference in mid-May on that. So unless there's anything else from the state's perspective,
There you go.
from anything else from your perspective?
Nope.
All right, we'll be at recess on this matter.
see ya. See you next time, Lori. I wonder if that's what sorry, if that's what was taking so long. I wonder if he was looking up to see if she could stipulate to that because he had said she couldn't and then came back and said she could, which I'm perfectly fine with. Judge, just come on, do it, deputy. You got the remote.
Just a one click
Just
remote.
just zap her. Just zap her. Just real quick. Just one.
8 seconds alone in the closet.
It might not be heaven for her, but it will be for us. Come on. Don't even have to go the full 8 seconds.
Oh, that woman right there. She just had her hair crimped. Did you see it?
I did not.
That's been a while since I've seen that.
Oh, right?
Surely
Full
not.
head of crimped hair.
No. I don't believe you.
Go ahead, go back. Right there. Nope,
am.
keep going. Wait till it zooms out right there, that lady's head. In the bottom corner there.
Maybe the weather was crimpy.
It was real crimpy. Maybe it wasn't that. It was.
Oh,
That
Yeah,
lady.
she does.
Oh.
what the world is she doing that for?
Also, why is she being tried in so many different states?
See you, little one. Yeah, probably
Peace out,
see you.
Cub Scout.
See you wouldn't want to be. Yeah. Oh yeah, full crimp, full 19, like 80s, 90s crimp even.
Yeah, early 90s. That was early 90s crimp. There's different
Oh,
levels.
my.
She's originally
Wait,
from
what'd you ask
Arizona.
about multiple states?
I said, why is she being charged in
Well, I
multiple
think
states?
because that's where the crimes took place. So the kids were unalived in Idaho. Chad's wife was unalived in Idaho. This guy was unalived in Arizona. She lived in California. I think that's where she's originally from because that's where her mom and dad lived. She lived in Texas. So there could maybe there's victims all over that we just don't know about.
Wow. Well,
All right. Let's not dilly-dally whoever's.
you know what they say in Boston?
Mock it up? I don't know.
One life, one summer.
One life, one summer. Oh,
One
oh,
life,
hello.
one summer. Who's that? She kind of looks like a blonde.
Like there's no room for
Bob's
my mic on that
Burgers
stand.
wife. Adair, are you kidding me? Did you just miss that?
Yeah, did you?
Unbelievable. You're fired. I'm getting an echo. I can hear myself. I hate it.
Is that someone you? Flashman? Idaho. No, Idaho.
And dang, North side.
Holy crap. Why are these people? I do not have it sped up. Do you see those people going by? It's like people
Yeah, they
coming
were
down
on
the stairs at
zombie
normal
mode.
pace. Like, run
That
away.
was zombie mode.
She's coming to find. What happened? You're fired. You missed the verdict.
Unbelievable.
It was guilty, like we all suspected.
You missed the verdict. And you missed her agreeing to the fact that even if she was found guilty, she didn't have to do the aggravation part.
No one
And the
walks
judge
with their
said,
hands in their
okay.
pocket like that. What a tool.
Why are the people right there walking so fast?
They're on Z mode. Flashman, there's no one
Get
in
away.
Discord.
Wait. I think it was him.
He's the one who's trolling, saying she's not guilty?
What?
Someone on Discord trolling saying not guilty. I said, "Does it happen to be you?"
Oh, not your Discord.
Oh, not my Discord. Sorry.
Flashman just in your Discord going like hashtag Lori Vallow's innocent.
You're leaving us.
Bye.
All right.
Zombies don't hang around.
Today.
Well, thanks for hanging out all day, Flash fan. Go enjoy.
See you later, French toast.
Dinner. No. Judge asked her if she wanted to be sentenced now or after her next trial. She chose after her next trial.
So you're not gonna stream that one, right?
That one, I don't know, because I don't know. That one to me will be more interesting because that guy's
She has
alive.
another trial coming up?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. She's a busy woman.
She's being charged in all 50-something states.
Don't come here. I won't see that one. But Man, I'm being lazy right now. No, that one because she is threatened, or she's threatened. She is accused of trying to have her nephew in law, I think Flashman said, unalived by, and I think he was shot at, like outside his house in his driveway or something. But he didn't pass away. But I'm not so sure. Flashman, was his wife arrested for that? Because that Melanie that she's always talking about, I think is Brandon, her nephew's wife, or was.
That name again, Alex Cox.
Don't forget the District of Columbia, where Flashman lives. She's also on trial there too.
For what, man? She be unaliving everybody.
She's like, I wanted one from every state.
Yeah, right. She got family everywhere. She's just trying to take it all out.
She's like, I can represent myself everywhere.
She's like, I got my high pony on.
Carmen.
I had to go to the judge's chambers.
There's two Melanies. Melanie.
Melanie.
Melanie Panfonsky, which is her
Melanie
niece, and Melanie
Panfonsky?
Gibb. Oh, all right.
Hmm.
I used to know all these players, and then I just quit paying attention.
Those are the players that are in District of Columbia?
No, there's no players in District of Columbia.
Oh.
There's only players in Idaho and Arizona. I about said Utah.
Idaho potato.
It's like you said, I had a whole potato. It's probably because I'm hungry.
I ate a whole potato.
What a drink, too. Dang it. Ah, good. There's some left in the can. Ha ha.
AJ's like, I'm dehydrated. Yeah, man, that you have this sped up, right?
No.
Because that cameraman be zooming.
I don't think, if I do, I don't know. I didn't on this one.
Also,
no, that's normal. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand why they're moving so fast.
Also, why are all these people from Arizona so dang pale?
I know. Like, you didn't have to spend all winter indoors so you didn't freeze to death. Like, you got to be outside.
Right?
Probably
Those
swimming.
bands.
Like, geez. But y'all stay inside because it's too freaking hot out there. All the time.
Jeez Louise.
A potato.
Oh my God,
Brag.
my grandmother would have been unalived by that. I'm gonna take a snapshot and send it to her.
I like how
She would have been like, he said starch, I get it.
Brad, I think she's saying that's an old person joke.
It is.
I like how Ronnie's like, Flashman, the Adelsons have one under their belt. This hoochie has 4. Ronnie. I haven't heard that word in a long time.
What, hoochie?
Hoochie. Just a hoochie. I've heard people say like, oh, something about like a hoochie mama.
Oh, I tell my cousin, my
Hello,
little
Miss
cousins
Green.
all the time.
She's
who's Green? Oh,
she's like,
it's like, where's Green? I'm
I get to
looking in
here.
chat.
She's like, okay, did my hair look okay? Oh, pick my nose. Clean your nose. Do you realize you're cleaning your nose in front of everyone, woman?
Are you a hoochie
I'm
mama?
not a hoochie mama, Flashman.
Oh my
I
God.
think we just added. She's like, "Is my mic on?"
No.
Fox Local 4. Hey, hello.
She
I don't know
doesn't
where I
know
got 4
she's
at.
being
Hello.
recorded.
You can't stand right there. Hello.
What do you call
Hello.
those sleeves?
Is this thing on? I don't know.
She's like, she takes the mic. She's like, check 1, check 2.
Stop. Lady, if you gotta check
She's
your
like,
nose, check it somewhere not right there.
Mom spaghetti. Check,
She's
check.
like, check. Watermelon. She's like, I get scared because I am pretty. Okay.
She's
Okay.
like, do,
Okay.
re,
No,
mi,
nope,
fa,
nope,
sol, la,
nope,
ti,
nope.
do.
She's like, I'm here where everybody else is going to be standing in a minute.
No, that's just her skin tone, because apparently in Arizona, everyone is as white as snow.
Why does she think she gets to stand right there? It's just kind of bugging me.
I don't know. Her sleeves are bugging me.
Are those like
They're like scalloped sleeves or something.
Yes, I was going to say scalloped. Is that what those are called? Some woman other than us knows that. They're like, get out of our shot.
Right.
Move.
Wish I could read lips. I don't know what you're saying, lady.
The cameraman's like, I'm not showing you.
Cameraman's like, nice stairs.
Better than you, green shirt, green dress.
Ooh, look at those railings.
And I'm also kind of keeping you from picking your nose on national television.
Nice bench.
I'm going to get a skateboarder come down that.
That would be choice.
Choice? Is that what you said?
We used to say on church back in the day, mean like you're not lying.
Got it. I think, Carmen, your dad the other day, he didn't completely say it, but he almost said noise. And I'm like, I didn't feel good enough to turn around and go, did you just say noise?
Noise.
Like, what? He never says stuff like that. But I think he did.
Someone play the Rocky theme song.
It was a crossover. Ew, Flash fan. No, gross. Dun, 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 dun. That's all I can do so I don't get copyright strike.
Wow. What is this? Flagons fan? Flags fan? You're
Flags
hungry.
fan. Because he
Flags
said
fan.
because you see what he said? Eat the thing eat the thing she would have sent to you in a picture. She's inching back over into your shot there, cameraman.
Just push her down.
Yeet.
Get out of the way. I like how Flashman knows when he stopped eating them. That's stopped. Okay.
It was like
Kicked
4
that
years
habit
ago when he was 12.
When I was 3. I won't do it anymore. I was like, I just smear them on the wall. And pretty soon he's going to say, no, I don't.
He just had a collection. He's like, this new one's Bob. This one's Shirley. This one's Craig.
Hey, my grandpa made a whole song about that.
He did. Not my dad.
My dad's dad.
Mono. Muco, that's a gross word that I can't say, Bri. But I think I've heard you say it before. And I could ask Bree. She would know. Oh, you're going to report, and you're going to put your microphone there? Oh, and knock somebody else's off? I see how you are, green dress.
I
There's
have
not
to
room
sing
for
the
all
song.
these mics. Better hurry it up.
Rude. My grandpa made a song that said, "Some folks like to eat boogers." What was it? Some folks like to eat boogers. I've literally just had it and I can't freaking remember it. I can't remember the next verse. That's embarrassing.
But he
Oh my
prefers
God, is this
something.
guy
I
going
can't
out
remember what it is.
hunting alligators? Who is this
He
guy?
wanted to put his he wanted to put his microphone higher than the ladies that just knocked his off.
Good for you, buddy.
Oh, it was some folks like to eat. There's a verse in there, but it was born in the month of October, 4 days before the 12th. A booger is round and soft, but has no protein at all.
You're
But
cutting
they
in
sure
and out.
look pretty artistic when you smear them on the wall.
Oh,
Hey,
I
buddy,
think
you
it's
can't
some
eat
folks
your
like to eat
phone.
burgers, but I prefer candy myself.
Candy myself, that's what
Is
it
it
was.
candy?
Yeah, it was some folks like to eat boogers,
prefer
but I
candy
prefer
myself.
candy myself. Yep. Born in the month of October, 4 days before the
So
12th.
born in October, 4 days before the 12th. A burger is
Round and soft.
soft and round, but has no
No,
protein
but
at all. But it sure looks pretty artistic when you smear them on the wall. Something like that. But I know the tune's not right. But
you flip-flop a couple words, but they got the point.
whatever.
Sounds like a banger.
Also, that guy putting his phone in his mouth. I'm like, did you take that in the bathroom with you? You know you did.
He definitely did.
Hello,
People don't understand.
operator. Give me number 9.
Yes! I remember that song. Hello, operator. Number 9.
Give me number 9. And I don't remember the rest of it now.
Go. And if you something, I can't even remember now.
Number 9. Oh my gosh, what is
Research
wrong
will
with us?
remember.
Hello, operator. Give me number 9. And if you don't connect me,
Connect me. Oh, and if you don't connect
is that what it
me,
is?
I'll.
If you disconnect me, I'll kick you right behind the refrigerator. There is a piece of glass.
Yes.
And if you don't remove it, I'll kick you in the ask me any question. I'll tell you. Oh,
Yeah.
no, we just lost another mic. I'll tell you no more lies. Y'all weird. We aren't weird. These are childhood songs.
Yeah, Flash fan.
And it only made you sound like you were going to say bad words, but you didn't.
And ask me any question.
That's right. That's what's happening. Well, Becca coming in. I don't know this one. The boys are in the bathroom unzipping their flies.
Unzipping all their flies are in the meadow. I'm gonna have to look it up now because I remember singing this.
I don't remember this part.
We used to have so many of these like songs.
I thought she was coming in with a
all
verse.
The time head up. Hey, Ronnie, let's go. Woo, woo, woo.
Ronnie dropping truth bombs. The boys are in the bathroom unzipping their flies, are in the meadow. The bees are in the park. I can't make this. I don't remember. We must not have had this in Nebraska. We were like,
and Ronnie is
we'll
Bonita.
just stop here. Oh my gosh.
It was like, you know how they had like Miss Mary, Mac.
All dressed in black.
Black. she had. Oh, crap. After 5, Gabby. This is a story of a lie. No, I'm just kidding. Miss Susie with some.
That was just me. Sorry, we probably could have heard that woman talking. Miss Susie's with someone kissing in the dark, 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 dark. Gosh, man, you take that back.
Yep,
The
y'all
dark,
high.
dark, dark.
To the dark, 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 dark remix.
Sorry, I had this on mute and we could have heard that.
Oh, AJ, back it up. It's not like we're going to miss anything.
That's okay.
I
just
regret
really want them to
nothing, he
hurry up.
says.
You're going to regret everything because I'm going to extend everything a week. Somebody already said I had the power to do that.
That was me earlier.
I couldn't remember
you
if
can
you were
extend
Carmen.
it.
In accordance with all the stupid songs about Ohio, we too did not have a song about boys peeing. And I went to public school too. There was no boys in the bathroom unzipping their pants. Like,
Remember something about seeing the
remember
elephants?
seeing elephants? Becca, what songs were you singing?
I don't know. Oh, where is that lady? I was just talking about her crappy sleeves and big boobs.
Oh my.
We had a thing we used to do. It was like, oh, now I forgot. No, I can think about his crappy sleeves.
What was the crocodile? I don't know that I know your songs. Crocodile
The crocodile
Purse?
one. I never heard that.
Was Crocodile Purse like code for something else?
Maybe it was kind of like maybe Crocodile Purse is like Sausage Wallet, but like more severe.
Like a prison pocket?
Because it had teeth.
I have not had any April snow. How about you guys? Anybody? Anyone?
Nope.
Anybody get the hex?
Nope.
It's actually been really nice here. Was like 80 yesterday, I think.
Yeah, it's been like high 60s here
and
too.
It is
Miss Lucy called the
72
doctor.
now.
The doctor called the
75
nurse.
for a high.
Yes. The nurse called the lady with the
nurse
alligator
called the lady
purse.
with the alligator purse? Huh.
Right there. I've never seen one with teeth.
Never seen one with teeth? Well, that would make it even more interesting.
Well,
all right,
you obviously
guys,
haven't seen Laurie Vallow, so.
Nor do you want to. Oh, we're talking about purses. Sorry. You still want to. But I'm seriously about to give up on this. I've been sitting here for 6 hours. And you guys have been with me all that time.
Really? It's been 6 hours? Mine says you started 4 hours ago.
Heaven.
Let me refresh it.
Mine says 5:59 and 25 seconds.
Yep, mine says 5 hours now. I refreshed it.
It should say almost 6. Pox said the doctor, Measles said the nurse.
Miss Mary
Wow, vaguely remembers Miss Lucy called the doctor. I do not remember Miss Lucy calling the doctor. We don't know the rest. Are you guys coming to the microphone?
No, definitely not. That guy's got cargo pants on. That lady's bow-legged.
Holy crap.
Oh,
I
it
think
is.
that's Kay
It's all
Woodcock.
them. Terrible audio.
Introduce yourself. In the first degree conspiracy
Oh,
to
move it,
commit
Peter
murder
Pan.
against my brother Charles.
That's not me.
It was a relief, a long journey, and I'm just glad it's over with. I really am. My whole family is, my sisters, and I just want to thank everybody, the Arizona Prosecutor's Office, Trina K, and everyone else that was here and got us through it all. Our court advocates and the whole 9 yards. Today's a good day. We won.
Were you worried, Jerry, that the jury might come back with a not guilty at all, or were you pretty confident?
I had a little concern, but when it came back so quick, I pretty much knew that it was done.
Quick.
Nate. So.
What did you think of her demeanor during trial?
I thought she was kind of a smarty pants, not real. I don't know what word I'm looking for. I know which one I would use.
You're trying to be nice.
Smart
I know
ass.
which one I would use, but
I could have birthed a horse quicker.
anyway.
Exactly.
I thought she sucked.
You think she did herself any favors by being her own attorney?
Why can't we see?
First day into the trial, she wished she would have had
You think?
a real attorney. Right.
I thought she sucked.
I could see the back of her head. I couldn't see, but she didn't shake her head or deny it all. So.
Hey, what did you think looking at it?
Me? Yeah. Come on, Kay, your turn.
I just saw the back of her head too. I couldn't see anything, and she didn't. A lot of times during court, she'd shake her head no when she didn't agree
God.
with something being
Dying.
said, or she would just shake her head no, and she didn't shake her head no. So I guess that means she really did do it.
She did.
Closer to that camera. Oh,
That
okay,
is so
sorry.
funny.
Really have a visceral reaction to you.
That's what I heard.
And when you were on the stand, what was that moment like for you?
I didn't know that she was that shaken by me being there. And then when I got off the stand, I really didn't even know what I said. And then once Jerry and my sister Susan and our friend Laura Ferris and who else was right there? And Colby was right there. And they were like, "You did so good. She was shaking like a leaf when you," and I was like, "What? No way." And it was, the more I thought about it, I was like, "Yeah, okay. That's all I needed to know. That made my day. That
Stop
of
it.
all the people she should be shaking for, and she was shaking about me. Good."
Okay.
All right.
Huh.
That was ridiculous.
6 years of
Oh, there's more.
walking the pit of hell every day, and about halfway through, I realized, okay, I'm gonna make it through. It was a long time.
Elation.
It was a long time before I got to that point, but it's still difficult. But it's okay. I'm ready to move on. It's time. We've got a 10-year-old granddaughter we're raising now, and I've got my hands full, and I'm real happy to be being her grandma. So
After 6 years, does it feel real after 6 long years of walking through hell, as you mentioned?
yes, it feels.
You guys
Good
had
job, Lauren
hours to
Prime.
set this up. Hours
Yeah,
to
good
set
job.
this up. Well, because that would make sense.
Terrible.
She don't look so hot in that picture either. She looks tired.
Tired of unaliving people. Oh wait,
Dead
just
Mike.
kidding. She has another child.
I was gonna go Mad
She has what?
TV with it, but I won't.
If they would have arrested Alex.
Cox.
I doubt it, Adair. I mean, if he would have listened to Kay and just said, hey, I changed the beneficiary, he might still be alive. Charles might still be alive.
Also,
She's
the
the
guy in the
mastermind on this
background.
stuff.
Guy in the background of her, that's like fuzzed out. Looks like he's laughing really hard.
Uh-huh. I don't know who that is. I'm trying to see.
Well, it's not Carmen, so.
With Court TV.
Oh, and that's the end.
What are you looking at? BBL Boys Club.
Okay, dokie.
North Side.
That's because I watched a this thing right here. What's up with my algorithm? And he does he takes TikTok stuff, and there was this woman on there. She had a BBL, which I was like, what the heck is that? And then she was talking about how bad it smelled. And I think she had to have it taken, like her boyfriend broke up with her because it smelled so bad. It wasn't healing. I'm like, lady, it's infection. Something's wrong. And so her boyfriend breaks up with her. She had it taken out, like, which I don't know how they do those things, but she basically had a wound that wasn't healing. So it was oozing all the time. And so she smelled. And she's like, she said, how'd she say it? My down there air. Like, your down there air? She was like, carry around a can of air freshener for her down there air. I was like, holy
I bet that
crap.
probably made it worse. That's just gonna agitate it.
Down there air.
Yeah, I'm like, down there air, or her sit down air. I think that's what she said. My sit down air. I'm like,
it goes like this.
Like, what the heck is sit down air?
That doesn't make it any better.
There was people giving her so much crap saying this thing smelled, and she was like saying, don't get one of these. And I don't think that's what she meant. But that's what people were telling her, like, came after her on her TikTok and was getting her stuff taken down and reported and all this stuff because she said she got a BBL and it smelled. And then there was finally they're like, if your BBL smells, it's not your BBL. It's like, you need to take a bath. Like, she has a wound, an open wound.
She has an infection.
And it's infected and it smelled and she waited. She's lucky she didn't die. But that's all right. Just because yours went okay doesn't mean that everybody's does. But that's why that's up there, is because that came up next. I was like, I don't even care. I saw this and that's all I needed to know. And if a guy has a Brazilian butt lift, then why?
Each their own.
Okay, well, we've had an exciting day here, and we're going to end on that note. So if you're down there, air, your sit down air, whatever smells, figure it out. Don't carry a can of air freshener around. You might have an issue. That's all I got to say about that.
Go see a doctor.
Sorry, flashback.
Hopefully they were in here whenever Brian was talking about people.
But so I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I do have Madison for a little bit in the morning. And yes, the more you know. Thank you. And you're welcome, Becca. I'm not going to be harsh like Gabby was up there. You know.
What's your plans for tomorrow?
If I have a couple of hours that I can get in tomorrow, I will. But I mean, Karen Reed's going, so everybody's going to be watching that. And I don't want to just have a bunch of chopped up Karen Reed stuff. So I don't know. If I don't stream tomorrow at all, I will be back Thursday evening and we will pick up on the boat club case and get going with that so we can get this thing finished. Who knew it was going to take 6 months once we started it? Trial lasted 4 days. Huh. Sure. All right. So that's all I got. Anybody else got anything?
Bye.
Just that.
That's it. That's all I got.
All righty. I am hitting the end. It's the end. And adios.